Mike?
Yeah, let me know. I'm sticking on.
Reporting live from the courtroom at the 4th District Court.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to go on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. At the close of trial yesterday, an objection was made by the defense to a proposed exhibit. That exhibit was 119. We had a bench conference. Both parties made a record as it relates to that proposed exhibit. I'm prepared to make a ruling on that now. This is in relation to the state's proposed exhibit 119. I will note that exhibit 119 is a text message exchange between the defendant and Ms. Terry. In the message, the defendant the defendant seeks to exclude the exchange as being in part one cumulative because the state has already admitted evidence regarding defendant's financial distress, and two, prejudicial because it introduces the idea that the defendant was experiencing marital problems. The court disagrees with the defendant's position. The defendant's marital difficulties and her financial worries, if she got a divorce, are highly probative of her mental state and potential motive as it relates to Ms. Terry's death for pecuniary gain. The court therefore denies defendant's motion to exclude exhibit 119, and that will be allowed. I don't know that the jury is here yet, so we're just waiting on them. Usually they're up here by now. Anything else we need to cover before the jury comes in?
Not from the defense.
All right, or anything
Not from the state at this time.
All right. Let's take a short break. As soon as the jury's here, I'll come out with them and we'll get going. Appreciate everybody being here on time as always and ready to go. And thanks to transportation too, as always.
All right.
please be seated. We'll go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. We all appreciate you being here.
I apologize. We're short one prosecutor. She went to the bathroom. I would expect her any second.
That's right, it's her witness.
Yes.
Too. While we're waiting, Detective, I think we can have you come back up. I will remind you, you are still under oath. You have not been released. Thanks again for being here.
Apologies, Judge.
Oh, you're good. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
All right, I wanted, before we went on with some of those text messages, to revisit a little bit of topics that we talked about yesterday, if that's
Okay.
all right. First, you had mentioned during the search of the room that you saw medical stuff in the closet,
Yes.
and you noticed some syringes that you felt hadn't been used. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Why did you conclude that they were unused?
It was a plastic bin and it was just full of syringes. So she also had a Sharps container that was empty. So I just deduced that if they had been used, they would be in the Sharps container.
And were they in packaging or something else?
I don't remember.
Were the syringes that you saw the kind with a needle attached?
I believe so. My sergeant was the one searching that closet. He showed me the bin of syringes. So I identified them as syringes. He said, here's a bin of syringes. And I said, okay, just put those back because we didn't want to take those with us.
Okay, and did they look to you, or I think I asked you yesterday if they had the orange tips on
I
them?
believe so.
You believe they did?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall talking to Megan during your interviews about what was available to Kacee in the home as far as insulin and medical supplies?
She said that she knew her grandmother was diabetic, and that she had insulin. I don't really recall. I think she said that the grandma had the insulin upstairs.
Can I refer you to page 80 of your report?
My page 80 is blank. Is this a certain interview? Was it the third interview?
This is page 80. Do you have page 80? your screen. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
All right,
Can we get a page number, please?
page 80 of 444.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to make sure we all have the same police report. We
Yeah.
do, of course. It looks like I have that one.
It's
Okay.
my page 78.
Okay, all right, keep scrolling down. That toward, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph from the bottom. Could you read that paragraph?
The 5th from the bottom?
Yes. Beginning, she said that.
Oh, okay.
Oops. Actually, it's the next one, the 4th from the bottom.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what Meggan said about the availability of medical supplies at Kacee's house?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that her grandma was diabetic and that Kacee had medical equipment all over, including the saline syringes to flush her port and items like that.
Okay. Did you find any saline in the house?
Yes.
In Kacee's bedroom?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was all over by the time I got there. It was in I don't know where it was originally. There was some, I believe, by her bed in a box. I remember asking Mark what they were going to do with it. He said he was going to puncture those bags and just throw them away. There was also more in the closet with all the medical supplies.
Okay. We had also talked about when you began your review of the text messages in this case, and you mentioned that when you began looking at those, you were undetermined in your mind as to whether you were looking at a suicide or a homicide.
Yes, they actually made it more confusing and added a third option, in my opinion.
What was the third option?
The assisted suicide.
Okay. As you were looking at those, you did find a number of messages between Kacee and Meggan that talked about Kacee's suicide.
Yes.
Correct. You also had access to Kacee's messages to other people.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Did you see any messages to other people where she also expressed suicidal intent?
No, not that I remember.
In your review of the messages between Kacee and Meggan, how many messages did Meggan refer Kacee to a suicidal hotline or other mental health treatment?
0.
How many messages from Meggan told Kacee to, look for the joy in life or live her life?
0.
Did Meggan ever mention to Kacee or tell her that her life was worth living?
No.
Let's turn to exhibits. I believe we stopped at 115.
We stopped at 112.
Okay, but we had admitted.
We talked about, I believe we talked about offering 113 to 126. Were those received, Brett?
They were not, they were just offered, but we haven't received them yet.
Let me just go ahead and see if we can admit 113 through 136, 137, sorry, at this time.
113 through 137. Mr. Williams?
No objection.
Thank
Other than
you.
previously indicated.
Thank you. Court will receive states exhibits 113 through 137.
Appreciate that. All right, and we had started talking about text messages. I'm not sure if I asked you this. During one of her interviews, do you recall Meggan asking you whether or why she would want to kill her best friend?
Yes. She said, what motive would I have to kill my best friend?
All right, and in reviewing these text messages between the two, did you find something that seemed to address that question?
Yes.
What did you find in general?
The perceived life insurance policy that Kacee held that Meggan thought she was the beneficiary of.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 115, please. All right. Could you read, starting with the third one down?
Kacee says, because you will be getting my life insurance policy, remember? And Meggan says, oh, I'm going to use it to take care of Bella, not LASIK. And Kacee says, trust me, there is plenty to do whatever you want. And Meggan says, a tummy tuck, a facelift, and eyelid surgery? Kacee says, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to go on to Exhibit 116, please. You could read the first 4 of those text messages.
Meggan says, here is a random question for you. How on earth did you get approved for a life insurance policy with all of your health stuff? And Kacee says, I bought it back in 2011. I wasn't as sick back then, but when my dad died, I decided to get one too because my dad always tried to make me get one, so I did. Ah, said Meggan.
Okay. And that was, what was the date of that text message?
April 9th, 2020.
Right. And on Exhibit 117? What is the date on this one?
This is 7/7/2020.
All right. Could you please read the first 2 messages in that exchange?
Meggan, Case, level straight with me, please. Do you actually have an insurance policy for your funeral or a plot? It is okay if you don't, I promise. I just need to try to get things figured out and taken care of. And Kacee, yes, I do. Why would I lie about something like that? I just wanted it to be a surprise. I'm not going to leave anyone feeling like they are stuck with my shit.
If we could scroll down to page 6 then of that exchange. And starting with, I just feel.
Kacee, I just feel like I have to constantly prove stuff to everyone. Meggan, what? You cannot leave me a life insurance policy for $1 million? That's insane. You don't need to prove anything to me, Case. Nothing at all. Truly, I was just trying to get everything set up for you to have a beautiful funeral. Kacee, I know you were. Thank you for helping me. I want to leave it to you. I bought it back in 2011 and have kept it going. When I got divorced, I thought about cashing it out, but then I found out I was sick, and you came into my life and have truthfully been the one person in this world that I wanted to leave it to. You have done more for me than anyone and have shown me what a true friend is. You have welcomed me with open arms into your family, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I know there's no way that I could ever repay you for what you have done and given to me. So if I can leave you with at least this, please let me. Meggan says, Case, I can't even comprehend that. I cannot imagine having that much money. Kacee, I don't know if you really know how grateful I am for you. I know for a fact Heavenly Father blessed me with you. I sure love you.
Okay, let's take a look at Exhibit 118, please. Sorry, 153. This one is out of order, but state would move to admit also Exhibit 153.
No objection.
Thank you.
I'll receive states 153.
What's the date on this one, Detective?
This is January 21st, 2023.
All right, and what does this have to say?
Kacee says, my life insurance does cover suicide because when I signed up for it, it said I had to go at least 2 years without doing that, but it would be covered after that.
Right. And then 119, please.
Meggan, Case, can I ask you a question I really shouldn't? Is the money thing for real? I don't think Mitch and I are going to be staying together, and I need to know what I'm looking at as far as being able to take care of Porter by myself and how much I'm going to have to work, whether it be 2 or 3 jobs. I'm so sorry to ask, I really am. I feel really uncomfortable asking, actually. Kacee, yes, I promise it's for real. I have made sure to keep everything current. I started my life insurance policies after my dad died because I knew I would need it with my health problems. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I wanted to surprise you with it, but I felt like I needed to let you know so that you would know to contact the attorney if anything happened to me. You can come get the paperwork if you don't believe me. I just had other surprises and things after I passed. That might sound weird, but I know if I lost a best friend, it would be hard, and you might find comfort in that. That's the only reason I haven't given you the stuff I have yet.
Okay, and 120, please.
Meggan, if you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in now, I would take it.
What was the date of that text message?
It's February 8th, 2024.
Okay, 121, please. And what is the date on this exchange?
This is February 19th, 2024.
And
Kacee says, I still have over a year paid up on it. I pay 2 years at a time, and I'm not going to let it expire. I will figure out how to get it paid. I'm hoping I'm not still going to be here in a year, but I wouldn't expect you to pay for it. Kylie doesn't know I have a life insurance policy, and she's already said she would pay for it. That's why she asked me if I would be cremated, because it would be cheaper. I would never let it expire and leave that on you. At my doctor's appointment last week, they got my blood work and PET scan results back, and it showed that the cancer was in my breast tissue now as well. So obviously things are speeding up pretty quickly, and I don't think my body's going to last too much longer.
we could go to Exhibit 122, please.
Kacee, I was going to tell you yesterday, I kept getting phone calls from my life insurance people, and I couldn't answer because I didn't want Kylie to hear me, but they left a voicemail and said that Mike's payment was processed. And when they noticed that they realized I had made a payment in November, is what she said. So she said I was caught up for a year and a half and wanted to know if I wanted them to refund Mike for this last payment or just keep it on there. And then if I was to pass away, they would just credit it onto my life insurance policy. So apparently I did pay it, and so now I'm covered for 4 years. I may have lied to Kylie and told her I needed it for medical stuff. I can't remember. Anyways, apparently I paid it, so my only worry is if I have them refund Mike, it might mess something else up, and I don't want it to screw up my policy. So should I just call them back and tell them to just leave it paid for the 4 years, and then if anything happens to me, they can just refund it to my life insurance policy? Because when Mike paid it, he said that if I passed away, they would just refund it on the policy or on his card. But because I made a payment from another card, I will just make sure they just put everything on the policy. Is that rude to do that to Mike? Because $2,400 is a lot of money. But on the voicemail, they said the only reason they called Mike was because he requested for a phone call next time it was due so he could help me out. But he never told me that he requested for them to do that. You need to get some sleep. I feel like shit. I've literally been sitting here bawling because I don't feel good, and then I get super grumpy every time my aunt comes in to ask me questions, and I feel like a jerk, but I just need to try and fall asleep so I feel better. Meggan, well, hopefully you won't need it for 4 more years. I'll be up that way a little bit later this evening. Want me to come by and help you? Kacee, I hope not. I just didn't remember paying it. I remember talking to you about it, and I remember saying I needed to go through all my paperwork and figure out when it was due, and I will get it figured out. And I guess I got it handled, but I forgot. And when they called Mike to ask him about the payment, they didn't realize that I was already paid up on it. So now they just want to know what to do. I would have them cancel it, but I don't want to mess anything up and end my life insurance policy. So I'll probably just tell them to leave it so I don't have to worry about it.
All right. Was there any cause to conclude from your review of the text messages that Meggan was under financial stress around the time of this incident in August 2024?
Yes.
Let us look at Exhibit 123, please. What was the date of this one?
This is September 5th, 2023.
So about a year before.
Yeah.
All right, 11 months. Okay, and what does this one say?
Meggan says, I'm feeling pretty defeated. I just had to throw my entire freezer in the garage away because it got left open and everything got ruined. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars of food. Then last night, when I went to get Porter some applesauce, I discovered a leak in our foundation, which leaked into my food storage area and ruined more stuff. Just one thing after another, you know. We'll be eating canned beans for the rest of the year. Kacee, I wish I had tons of money that I could just give to you and make your life easier. Honestly, I feel guilty that I haven't passed away because I know that when you get my life insurance policy, your life is going to be so much better. And I know you probably don't even care about the money, but to me, I'm like, I don't want to be here. I don't feel good. And so for me to be able to pass away, that would be a win. And then you getting some money so that you can get out of debt and stay at home with Porter, you have no idea how much I would love to give that to you.
And 124.
Meggan, this is to her friend Catherine. Oh, how fun that your mama has been in town. How long has she been here to visit? I'm sure she's shopping to fill the hole. It's very common. How is everything else going? Mike, you, work? I'm doing fine. Just constantly feel like I'm in a sinking ship and can't fill the holes in the ship fast enough. But I think that is the new norm, signs of the times. I could really use a girls' night/day with you. Let's figure something out.
What was the date of that exchange?
That's October 19th, 2023.
All right, and Exhibit 125, please.
This is Meggan to Kacee. We've been having fun with our mediation appointment all morning. Just when I think I can't hate her more, child support doubled.
Can I have just a moment before we go on to 126? All right, could we look at number 126, please? What was the date of this exchange?
This is January 30th, 2024.
All right, and what happens?
Meggan texts Kacee, I'm gonna lie down and turn my phone off for a while.
Hang on just a moment.
Sorry, no,
126?
I'm going to lie down and turn my phone off for a while, just, okay, sorry. Never mind.
Sorry. Go ahead, detective. For real this time. Go ahead.
I'm gonna lie down and turn my phone off for a while. Just so you know, I am an absolute mess. I lost my job this morning. I'm sick about it. We're gonna lose everything, Case. Our house, Mitch's stupid truck, our lives here. I'm feeling so hopeless and so discouraged. What am I gonna do? I'm so tired of giving my heart and soul and always being hurt so deeply. I can't keep doing it. What am I going to do? I'm so ashamed. I keep losing jobs and people keep hurting me. There must be something terribly wrong with me. I just can't keep doing it. I don't want to help people anymore. I don't want to work with people anymore. Really, really limits my ability to work and provide for my family. It doesn't even matter what happened. It's done. And I'm going to be the cause of us losing everything. Kacee says, I feel bad because you've been struggling financially as it is, but don't blame yourself or or make you feel like you're ruining everything for your family. I'm really sorry this happened. What did Mitch say? Is he upset? No, he's been very sweet and sensitive. Trade me places. Let me go home and you stay here in this awful place.
And 127, please.
Megan, I was supposed to work tonight, but as I was driving there, I ran over something huge. I don't know what it was, but it ripped off my front bumper, the undercarriage of my car, and cracked a whole bunch of things, causing fluid to pour out. Kacee says, are you okay? Megan, I don't know. Kacee, did you get hurt? Megan, physically I'm fine. Kacee, I'm sorry that happened. I'm glad you didn't get hurt. You've been through so much these last couple of weeks. I'm so sorry, Meg. Can I do anything for you? Megan, I wish there was something you could do, Case. Unless you won the lottery last night, I can't think of anything. Kacee, I'm sorry, Meg. If I could just freaking die, you would be fine.
128, please. Oh, I'm sorry, what was the date on that, exhibit 127?
That's February 8th, 2024.
All right, and 128? And that was the same day, correct?
Yes. Meg, Mitch just told me we were probably going to owe on taxes this year. Good gracious, Case. I'm feeling so damn defeated. I seriously can't keep going, Case. It's like this hopeless darkness. I don't see a way out of it all. Kacee, I get that. I'm so sorry. Whatever happened with court and Amber, did Amber win and did child support get increased? I wish I could just pass so you could get out of this mess. I talked to my bishop the other day asking him why I'm not passing because I've had blessings of release and that in my blessings it said I had completed everything I needed to and I could go home. But the way he explained it to me is that we don't get to say. And when we go, because I asked him, like, how is this my fault when I pray and I beg to go home and I might have anxiety, but I don't understand why Heavenly Father would hold that against me. And he said that everybody has a time already of the day that they will pass and that I don't have control and I just have to have faith that Heavenly Father will take me when he thinks it's time. Which I said doesn't make sense because I've had blessings and he has told me I could go home. I've done everything I needed to do. So I don't know what to even do anymore. I'm just so freaking lost on the whole thing. Megan, if you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in now, I would take it. Court, child support doubled. It has been kind of a nightmare because I put my foot down about some things which have caused great waves in the air, a real rocking of the boat.
And 129?
Megan, I'm doing okay. We just got the estimate back for repairs on my car and it's about $4,000.
What date was that one?
That's February 9th, 2024.
And exhibits are out of order again, 156 and 157. Didn't we just do 156?
We did 153.
Oh, thank you. State would move to admit exhibits 156 and 157.
Mr. Williams.
No.
Thank you.
Will receive states exhibits 156 and 157 be published.
I want to look at 157 first, please.
Megan, I know it sounds so dumb, but I saved up for these pants. I really, really wanted at the buckle, and I'm taking them back right now because I can't afford groceries for my family, so it kind of sucks. Kacee, I'm so sorry. How much are the pants? Like $300? Do you have your Venmo card on you? I sent you $300 and like $20. Might be less because my credit card wouldn't let me send it unless I turned on like scam protection, and sometimes they take a small fee when you do that.
And what was the date of that exchange?
That's July 29th, 2024.
All right, and 156, please. What was the date on this one?
This is July 30th, 2024.
All right, and that would be just 2 weeks before the incident on
Yes.
August 12th. All right, and what happened in this one?
Megan says, I was like $28 and some change shy at the checkout. So embarrassing. But this super cute little older lady behind me ended up making up the difference.
Did you note messages in the course of all of these messages where Megan expressed that she did not believe that Kacee was suicidal?
Yes. Yes.
If we could take a look at Exhibit 132, please.
Megan. No, you just asked me to help you today, which you've done several times, and I plan on coming to help you and end up waiting all day to hear from you and never do. It is just frustrating sometimes. I'm not stressed, but I'm sorry you are. I don't think you want to try to off yourself, and I completely understand that.
When you compared Megan's text with Kacee's text, was this one of the ones that had been deleted?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the specific offers about how Megan would help Kacee and how that led to August 12th, 2024. And if we could turn to Exhibit 133, please. What is the date on this one?
This is March 1st, 2022.
Can we go down to the fourth text in that series?
Megan, how did I not see this message? Dang it, I'm so sorry, Kacee. Honestly, I think with the insulin, someone, should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass. Does that make sense? We can figure out an evening I can come over and help you, if you want to try it that way. Kacee says, that would be great. Thank you, Meg.
And 134?
Kacee, hey Meg, sorry I'm just getting back to you. The insulin made me so sick, and somehow I'm going to have to figure out how I can get someone to give me more insulin after I pass out, because I'm guessing my liver must kick in, because I always come back around. But I've been so sick since I started taking it, and it's not doing anything for me. I mean, my sugars are low, but I don't understand what else I need to freaking do. I'm guessing if once I pass out, if I could have more insulin, that might do it.
What was the date of that text message?
September 10th, 2022.
How did Megan respond?
She said, I can help you do that if you want me to. I'll do whatever you need me to do to help you.
And Exhibit 135, please. What was the date on this one?
This is June 3rd, 2024. Megan says to Kacee, Case, can you get the insulin? They're keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works.
And 136?
Megan, Case, do you want to give this stuff a try? I'm not trying to pressure you. Just think through things. Sorry. Kacee, I ended falling asleep early because my meds showed up at 9. So when you messaged me, I was trying to stay awake. I'm sorry. I didn't realize the meds would work that fast. Anyway, send me a text when you get this, and we will figure out what the plan is on when we're starting. Megan, I'm here. Just don't want to wake you. Kacee, well, I feel bad. When I was texting you, I fell asleep, and it was literally within 2 minutes. But I took a double dose of promethazine and Xanax and some pain meds, and it knocked me out. Megan, you are just fine. Kacee, I hope this doesn't wake you. Just wondering if you decided a day or time to do this. I just want to make sure I get everything ready. Megan, Case, we read that one. Do you want to try the insulin? I'm not trying to pressure you at all. I'm just trying to help you think things through. Kacee, I'm not trying to be annoying and bugging you, but I know this has been stressful for you, and you feel like I can't make up my mind because I can't. I'm trying to figure out what the best thing to do is, but I understand if you don't want to deal with it because it's stressful and you think I'm not going to do it. I am, and I can just do it myself if you don't want to now. I've asked you like 5 times in the last day what day and time works best for you, and you haven't responded to that question, so I don't know what you're thinking now. So I apologize that I stressed you out because I was so worried about upsetting Masteller and not doing what he wants me to do, or upsetting you, but it's not like I love living like this. So I can just push everything through my port, but I was just curious because I wanted to start drawing up all the bottles because I know it's going to take hours, and I need to do some laundry and a couple things, so I wasn't sure what you want to do. But at the same time, it's your last weekend with Porter before he starts school, so I get that too. Anyway, you just let me know what you think because I'm probably thinking all the wrong things. She goes on to say, yeah, I've been asking you like 4 or 5 times since last night, and I wasn't sure if you were just ignoring me because you thought I didn't want to do it anyway. I was sending that text before you sent me the last one. Meggan, no, not at all. And you haven't been stressing me out. I don't know if my text came off short because I was using talk text in the truck, and it's loud, and sometimes doesn't pick the messages up well, so I usually try to keep them short. I'm here to help you, Case. I would make it work today, tomorrow, Monday even. You just tell me what you are most comfortable with. And you don't have to draw it up all by yourself. I would come and help you.
Let me stop you for just a second. That was August 10th, 2024?
Yes.
And do you recall or know what day of the week that was?
That would have been Saturday the 10th.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Kacee, okay, if we could do it tomorrow, that would be best for me. You just let me know what time. Meggan, that is absolutely fine with me. I will come and help you anytime you want me to. Kacee, just whatever time works best with your schedule. Thank you. If you're okay with tomorrow, that would be best. You just tell me the time and we'll do that. But get some sleep and we'll figure things out when you wake up. Meggan, and if you change your mind and decide you aren't comfortable trying it, that is absolutely okay. You just let me know where you are at with it, mentally and emotionally. Kacee, I just need to know if we get change until, if we can change until tomorrow. I spent most of the night drawing up the insulin. Anyway, my grandpa just came down to tell me to get ready because we have family coming over that are in town. So we could either do it later on today or tomorrow. I don't know. I didn't know we had family coming over because I can't go upstairs much with my leg like this. Let me know if you can do later on today or tomorrow.
What day was that?
This was Sunday the 11th, 2024 of August. It looks like 7:59 a.m.
All right.
She goes on to say, anyway, I stayed up most of the night because I knew you would be here early, but now I'm thinking we need to wait a little bit since my grandpa's brother and family are coming over. So I just want to know if you're okay with that. And if you're okay with doing it later tonight, or if you'd rather do it tomorrow, just let me know when you see this. I'm sorry, I know we already had plans figured out. I wish I would have known about my family stuff, but my fault because apparently I slept most of the day away yesterday.
And is that the end?
Also, when you see this, if you can call me, I wanted to explain kind of how I was doing insulin just so that you can tell me if I'm doing it right or if you want me to stop, and then we'll finish it when you get here. Meggan says, hey, we can do it later today. Tomorrow would be a bit more challenging just because of the car situation. Kacee, okay, hopefully they won't stay long. It's Kylie's birthday, so I know we're having dinner or lunch and like birthday cake and stuff for her while they're here, but hopefully they'll be gone by like 2 or 3. Do you just want me to keep you updated? I have everything ready. Now I'm getting irritated because I don't have meds for Masteller, so I feel horrible. I just want to do this and pray it works. I just wish Kylie could get off of work sooner because the rest of the family is here. They are just visiting while we wait for Kylie's family. Meggan, I don't know what to tell you. Kacee. Okay, hopefully I can figure something out. Meggan, I can try to figure something out for tomorrow, but I really don't know how it would work. Kacee, I was gonna maybe ask my grandpa if he has doctor's appointments tomorrow or anything going on, and if not, maybe I could bring my car to you tonight. I just want to figure something out because I was hoping to do it early this morning. I don't know why they can't tell me shit beforehand. They never tell me until like the day of. Like if family's coming into town or we're doing a family birthday party. Meggan, they probably figure you'd be around anyway. Kacee, I was just going to tell him that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning and he knows your car is not working because I yelled at him when he wanted to borrow it because I told you could borrow it first. So I was just going to say that you were going to take me to my appointment because I have something I have to get done and then you were going to watch me. He's had a lot of doctor's appointments lately because of the boating accident and he's having a major surgery. I'm not exactly sure when it's scheduled. I think they're trying to get him in soon because they had to amputate part of one of his toes when he had that boating accident because he had an infection in his bone. And then the blood test he had done that found out he had that heart thing I was telling you about, that his doctor made the whole family get tested for it. Anyway, that is what was cutting off his blood circulation to his foot. So he has an open heart surgery coming up and he's going to be in the hospital for 5 days, but I don't know when that is. So if he doesn't have anything going on, I can just tell him I need to let you use my car so you can take me. And then when we get home, you will be with me to make sure I'm doing okay. And if I can bring it to you tonight, I can have Kylie follow me down, that way you don't have to bring me home. And then I can make her bring me home. I'm just trying to get him to quit talking to his brother for a minute so that I can talk to him about it. Sorry, I keep texting you. You're probably at church. Text me when you get done and I'll let you know what I've figured out. Meggan, that probably won't work out. That's a lot of relying on other people. I can see if Mitch can work from home and my dad can watch Porter tomorrow. I'll have to see about my dad though. Kacee, if my grandpa doesn't have anything going on, Kylie's not going to mind giving me a ride to your place. Meggan, okay, my dad can watch Porter tomorrow morning.
Okay, and then we get to Exhibit 137. What is the date of this exchange
This is August 12, 2024,
and the time?
9:45 a.m. Meggan says, I'll be there in just a few minutes. And then she says, do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?
Thank you, Detective. Those are the questions I have for you. I'm sure Mr. Williams will have some as well. Here to say.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Detective Party.
Good morning.
Let's start, you gave a little bit of a description about you, your training, your department, your history, and some assistance you got from the prosecutors, investigators, and such. Let me lay that out a little bit more fully, okay? Is that my watch? Oh. Now know right in front of the jury that I don't even know how to use my watch. That pretty much completes electronics. So, when August 12th, 2024 happened, your agency got involved because Robinson, Jorgensen, and Osborne were called out as the initial officers, right?
Yes,
Now, ultimately what happens, they're patrol officers, correct?
yes,
And patrol officers then do some initial work generally when a dispatch happens, right?
yes.
Then ultimately, a detective is assigned,
Depending on the call, yes.
depending on the call, maybe not if it's a DUI. But otherwise, do you remember that early on in Osborne's work and Jorgensen and Robinson, to the extent that you remember, I've never been able to see his body cam, but they are onto the notion of an insulin overdose while they're on scene, right?
Yes. I mean, I guess. I wasn't there.
You weren't, they called you. Do you remember that?
My sergeant called me, yes. Well, their sergeant called me, yes.
You don't recall Jorgensen calling you?
He did not call me.
So you don't recall that?
He did not call me.
Okay. So he talked to a sergeant who could communicate with you,
Yes, he called the shift sergeant that was on duty that night.
and the sergeant talked to you.
Correct.
All right. And conveyed what he knew from Jorgensen's call.
Yes.
All right. So we've established through the wrong chain, I suppose it sounds like, that you knew, and I think you said this yesterday, that you had what you thought was like a tabloid type story, right? You got a death, the insulin needles and things like that, right?
Yes.
And you indicated, because it sounded so tabloid, you didn't even go to the scene, right?
Not because it sounded so tabloid. I didn't go because she was still alive. It was not a death investigation.
Oh, you don't investigate attempted murders? You don't investigate assaults?
I don't investigate assaults.
You don't investigate you got the call from the sergeant. She's in the hospital. They're talking about glucometer levels that are 14.
Yes, he advised that they had told the Uncle Mark that I would be in touch with him the next day.
And I thought you just testified yesterday that you thought this was sensational, and so you didn't go. You gave that as the excuse for not going to the scene, right?
Because it wasn't a death
No,
investigation.
I'm just going to ask the questions, and you can say yes or no if that helps us move along a
Sure.
little quicker.
Great.
So, didn't you say yesterday that you didn't go to the scene because you thought it was a sensational story and you would just go the next day?
I did think it was sensational, yes.
All right. Point is, you're the detective. You didn't go to the scene that day.
Correct.
And by the time you went to the scene, it had been flooded.
Yes.
All right. Now let's just talk about, let me back up, I promise to talk about sort of more generally what your roles are. Once you're assigned the case to the detective, you become the case agent, right?
Yes.
And as a case agent, you have sort of plenary authority of the police work that's going to happen, right? You call the shots.
It was my case. I was the only person involved in
A
my
case,
department.
well, we're going to get to that because that's not, you had help from Highland, right?
Help from Highland?
You had help from another police department, right? You went out and interviewed witnesses.
I had help from the Utah County Attorney's Office Investigation Bureau, if that's what
Okay.
you mean.
We're going to get to that. But you can use officers in your department to ask to do things, right?
No, I can't.
You can't even just ask for an assistance. You can't say.
I did ask for assistance to search her room, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, I saw 5 in there, 4 to 5 people in there, right?
Yes, but we have very limited officers. We don't have a lot. So we just work with what we have.
Work with what you have.
Correct.
Is that? And if there were mistakes made or shortcomings, then that's just because you just don't really have the resources?
I don't agree with that. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, you had already mentioned, we're going to get to them all, but for instance, this outrageous work with the phantom box evidence. You admitted that you would rather do that differently, right?
I object to the characterization as it being outrageous.
Mr. Williams?
Well, we'll get there. And then I suppose the jury can decide that. Let me strike that for now and go back to this help that you did have. Whatever shortfalls or shortcomings or lack of training or anything else, you did have the assistance of the prosecutors, investigators from the very start, right?
After, it wasn't the very start, no. It was, I think we met on the 14th or 15th. Maybe the 15th.
Okay, you got me. You didn't even do anything until the day after the 14th, right? The 14th is the first time you did anything on the case.
No, that's not correct.
What did you do on the 13th?
On the 13th, I met with Kacee's family, and I wrote the warrant for her blood.
That's right. You hadn't talked to the county attorneys yet on the 13th, right?
Not the investigative bureau, no.
So that's the interview we're going to get to, but that you had all three of the people you were interviewing in the same room together at the same time, right?
Absolutely, I did.
And then as of the 15th, did you have the assistance of the county attorneys, prosecutors, witnesses?
I
or
believe so. I can
investigators?
check my timeline if that would help.
Check the timeline, check
Great.
the report, check your notes, check anything to help refresh your recollection as I ask you questions.
It was the 15th that I
All
met
right.
with them.
I think you testified yesterday that you met actually with your chief, right?
I didn't meet with my chief, no. I asked him to contact their chief.
Okay, you went over there and you met with Special Agent Hales, right?
Yes,
You met with Special Agent Seitsinger, right?
yes.
And you said someone else, Sergeant who?
Sergeant Tishner.
Tishner. So 3 prosecuting investigators met with you to help you with your investigation, right?
Yes,
Object to the term prosecuting investigators, that's not accurate, and it's not consistent with the prior testimony.
I'll sustain that. You can ask it a different way.
The investigators that work for the county attorney's office, right?
yes,
No way, why this is hard, but you went over to get help, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so you had that help, right?
yes,
You had them available throughout this investigation, correct?
I had Sergeant Hales available throughout the investigation, yes.
So you heard Seitsinger testify that he worked with you, talked with you, worked with the phone, and had phone calls. That didn't happen?
With the phone, yes.
Okay, so you had Seitsinger's help too.
Yes, with the phone.
And you could have asked Seitsinger, you certainly felt like you could ask Seitsinger to do things throughout your investigation, right?
That wasn't my impression. My impression was that I had Sergeant Hales at my disposal to
So you
help
had-
me.
So you had to go through Hales to ask the Seitsinger help?
No, I just didn't ask Seitsinger for help.
So Hales works with Seitsinger, right?
Correct.
Now, Special Agent Hales was essentially with you all the way through this investigation. Let's just see if we can agree on that.
For interviews, yes.
For interviews, he goes to you and he goes with you to the house, for instance, on the 19th, picked up evidence.
Yes,
Search.
searches also, yes.
Searches,
Uh-huh.
interviews. But he didn't look over your shoulder when you wrote the text messages portion of your report, right?
No, he wasn't. We don't work in the same office.
You don't, but other than this, what was he not with you for what did you do investigatively that Hales wasn't there for?
He didn't go through the phones with me.
Okay, and then going through the phones is where you developed and typed in certain text messages and things having to do with the case, right?
Yes,
That you just indicated, at the end of which, doing all that work is when you had developed your suspicions of murder, assisted suicide, or suicide, right?
the first two were from the beginning, and then the assisted suicide kind of reared its head during reading the text, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and we'll get there. But you said that you made those conclusions at the end of the text review, right?
No, during the text review, not at the end.
Okay, so during the text review here, it's coming to light what was going on, and you finished the text review in November, right?
I don't know when I finished the text review.
I'm going to show you, and something, there was something made of the size of this police report with the medical examiner. You heard him testify that as he sits here today, he still has undetermined as the cause of death, right?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you a party report. You see page 91 is the first page.
Yes.
You see, turn to the last page, is that 282?
Yes.
And it ends with, I finished going through Kacee's phone interactions with Meggan on November 18th, 2024, right?
Yep.
All right. So this is the section of your report where you're talking about going through the phone, nearly 200 pages, right?
Yes, I guess so.
With this assistance available to you, did you understand how long Special Agent Hale's been a police officer?
I didn't ask him that, no.
You don't know that?
No.
You think it's over 20 years?
I would guess.
And he was available to correct you on mistakes you made if you made them right?
I mean, I didn't have him review everything I did. I don't know how he would know I made a mistake.
Like if you looked over your shoulder and you were filling the evidence form out wrong when you were at Mark's house on the 19th?
Oh yeah, we, different police officers do things different ways, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, and he was there to make suggestions to you, right?
He could make suggestions. I welcome suggestions. Sure.
He made them, right? He oversaw what you did, right?
No.
No. Just there all the time, what, so he could be on camera?
There all the time, meaning what? I don't understand what you're saying.
He's there for all 3 Meggan interviews, right?
Yes.
They're coming in. The jury's going to hear him. He practically ran the interviews. You don't agree with that?
No, he did.
He's there for the walkthrough on the 19th with the searches, right?
Yes.
He's there when you pick up those, all the way even to when you picked up those syringes in December, last December. He goes with you, right?
Yes.
You get him on the phone when you interview Kylie about that, right?
Yes.
You get him on the phone when you interview Mark about that, right?
Yes.
He goes over with you to pick them up out of the fridge, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the things. Let's talk about the text messages for a minute. We'll come back to it, but we just went through this text evidentiary portion for however long it lasted yesterday and today. Those are just picked out. Who picked out those texts to present to the jury?
I did not.
I'm not going to go through, but all of those and everything, but those stretch from the 2019, all the way to Kacee's death, right?
Yes.
Years of discussion.
Yes.
And they start right off with, "Are you alive?" I think you said. On the 19th, the first text is, "Are you alive?" Right?
Yes.
So that, I mean, can we infer together that things had been talked about on this subject even before then?
Yes.
I mean, for years, these subjects had been talked about between Meggan and Kacee, right?
Yes.
It became clear to you that this was what Kacee did with Meggan in terms of interacting with her as a friend. Talk about being miserable, right?
Yes.
Talk about being in terrible pain, right?
Yes.
Talk about wanting to die, right?
Yes.
Suicide is throughout all of these 28,000 messages, right?
Yep.
It's suggestive that there were events even when they lived together, where an attempted suicide had occurred, right?
I believe so.
It didn't work last night. Maybe
Yes,
you used
the
more of those sorts of
insulin in the
things.
fridge, yes.
I mean, when they lived together even. And so, now, all that time, I think established that it was even prior to that there was discussion about an insurance policy, or at least in 2020, right?
Yes,
And in that period of time, they lived together, correct?
I don't remember exactly when they lived together. It was about a year, but probably around that time.
Right around the same time, at least. They're living together, and then this incessant, exhausting talk about suicide, misery, can you help me, will you be there, those sorts of things, it just continues for those 5 years that you have, right?
Yes,
And then we saw split outs and talk in 2020 about the insurance policy, correct?
yes,
Now, I mean, we all know that Kacee didn't die in 2020, right?
correct,
We all know that Kacee didn't die in 2021, right?
right,
22, same answer. For all of those years, there was no murder or assisted suicide, right?
correct,
Even though those circumstances were continuously talked about, continuously triggered by Kacee, and all the way to the end.
yes, they had a pattern of that.
Now, you had talked about that, I mean, Kacee really isolated that to Meggan in terms of their relationship. She didn't talk that way with her other friends.
No,
Do you know what splitting is?
no,
Psychological phenomenon of attention seekers using different people for different attention and then keeping them all from talking to each other to help it not be found out. You don't know about that phenomenon?
no,
Okay.
but that definitely describes Kacee.
Then it describes the situation, right? That Kacee seemed to have different relationships where she would seek different attention, right?
Yes, she did.
That was, in Meggan's, we've already described. And by the way, you've been in this trial because the case agent gets to sit in the trial and see it, right?
Yes,
And as an exception to all the other witnesses that have to go out and not see the trial until they testify, right?
yes,
And that's the same reason that Special Agent Hales got to sit in here for the whole trial so far, right?
yes.
You feel like I give you a little water. While you were looking at all of these years of texts, that's one way you found out about these different relationships, right?
Different relationships.
Let's talk about Christian.
Oh, yeah,
Because while Kacee continuously harped on Meggan about dying and why am I not going, will you be there for me, things like that, she's doing illicit activity with other people, right?
are you talking specifically about Christian?
Yeah, Christian, Michelle, they're all involved in this pill mill, right?
Christian, I mean, I would like to talk about him independently. I don't know. I don't want to group a bunch of people together. But
Well,
yes, Christian.
I mean, we get through that.
If you want to name them
You
individually, I don't want to just say, yes, all these people were doing all these things. I don't know. Want to generalize.
Christian and Michelle, Ty, and other undetermined individuals are
Yes,
buying and selling pills, right?
yes, trading and
Trading
yes.
pills.
Yes,
I mean, it's just incessant, right?
I guess so.
I guess so. You commented on it as you saw it sometimes when you were going through this phone, right?
They did it consistently, if that's what you mean.
You commented on some of it, right?
Probably.
Do you know just the times you commented on the drug activity of Christian and Michelle and Ty and everything, you commented on it 65 times in your text section of your report. Is that any reason to disagree with that number?
I don't know what you mean.
Commented on that while Kacee is doing this with Meggan.
Oh, so I would say meanwhile she's texting, yes.
Meanwhile,
I agree with that, yes.
Meanwhile, she's involved in her drug activity.
Yes.
All right, so she's able to work these different angles all in the same time, right?
Yes.
And we saw how effective she is. For instance, you heard Mark testify about the cancer, right?
Yes.
You heard Mark testify about hospice.
Yes.
The man who lived with her, she was able to make believe she was in hospice, right?
The hospice I'm not sure about. Maybe
You didn't hear him testify?
I don't think he thought she was currently on hospice.
Really? All right.
No, he knew that she had had her knee replaced and that physical therapists were coming.
You don't remember his answer to believing that she was on hospice during the period that she was living with him at the end. You don't
No,
remember that?
I don't remember that.
And one of the ways, by the way, I want to add this in while we're on this subject of Meggan and Kacee and suicide and misery and all of that relationship. Lots of references by Kacee to things that were spiritual, right?
Yes.
And the blessings, we've already heard about that, right?
Yes.
There's other stuff about you even remember that there's discussions that were had in 2024 about going through a suicide, or, sorry, Kacee having a friend who died, who she had discussions with about dying and what being heard by, strike that. Sorry, I'm gonna just put the exhibit in there. When she talked about these, this spiritual aspect, they also talked about keeping things secret, right?
Keeping things secret? Can you elaborate? I don't.
Well, nothing in this years of exchange suggested that that anyone else was in on this. Let's call it this unholy pact.
I don't think they had mutual friends. I don't remember them saying specifically they were keeping it secret, or I don't remember that.
You don't have anybody else in your whole investigation with all the phone work and everything else that you believe knew about this unholy pact that they had.
We re-asked that.
All of your investigation, you're not aware of anyone knowing about this unholy pact, suicide pact that they had, right?
Did they have a suicide pact? I don't know that they had a suicide pact. I guess I don't understand the question. I don't remember anyone else knowing or talking about them together. No, I guess.
So this
Sorry, I'm not
years,
following.
Years and years of having an agreement to help and engage in, involve in, and do suicide over and over and over. You don't like the word pact, maybe? The agreement they had?
No, because it was never real. It was just this pattern. It was this Kacee needed attention and Meggan liked to give attention and take care of her. It wasn't.
That agreement.
I guess it was just more of a pattern.
That dynamic, does that work? Pattern?
Sure.
Okay. Point is they kept it secret as far as you know. Can we do that?
As far as I know, that yeah, sure.
You talked to a lot of other people and no one else knew about it, right?
About them trying to commit suicide, or like an assisted suicide thing? Is that what you're
It
saying?
doesn't have to be assisted if the
Or-
person there doesn't do anything, right? If I'm tending my sister's death by suicide and I don't do anything, that's not illegal, right?
Objection to the legal conclusion.
She brought up assisted suicide in terms of her investigation. She's a police officer. She investigates crime. They come to legal conclusions all the time.
Overruled. You can respond.
Suicide is not illegal.
And it's not illegal to be at one.
It's not illegal.
By the way, again, all through these years, we have these texts where, among other things, Kacee is truly expressing to Meggan that it will give her comfort just to be there when she passes, right?
Yes.
And Meggan, we saw her response. I mean, there's nothing in... Strike that. She responds to that, always is, whatever you need, I'll be there, Kacee, I'm here for you, all sorts of things like that, right?
Yes.
Right up till the end, right?
Yes.
Let's do the script. And that's why when you and Hales interviewed Meggan the last time, 2 weeks after, the 12th, 2 weeks after Kacee was taken to the hospital, Hales flat out told her that even though the texts looked bad and the interviews looked bad, it would be about the evidence that was collected. You remember that?
Yes.
Because being there is not enough, right?
Yes.
You have transcript of 3 witnesses. And that's the interview when Meggan was confronted. It's, I better reference it now, Exhibit 167. The government didn't play any of that for the jury, but that's the third interview on August 29th, okay? Now, by the way, this is where she let you into the house. Mitch was there. Third time you talked to her, right?
Yes.
And that's why in that interview, she was specifically confronted about whether she gave any insulin to Kacee, right?
Yes.
And denied it.
Yes.
She was she was again confronted whether specifically she put anything in her port, right?
Yes.
And whether or not she gave anything subcutaneously in the skin, right?
Yes.
And she said no, right?
Right.
She was there at this point she'd been confronted. Everyone's talking about an insulin overdose death, right?
Yes. Sorry, the sneezing.
Huh?
Sorry, you keep sneezing. It's distracting.
Oh, if you sneeze, do
My
you have
bad. Sorry.
some tissues up there or something?
No, I apologize.
No, that's okay. But, so you are specifically talking to her about the fact that it doesn't look good that she deleted messages, right?
Yes.
It doesn't look good that she's not telling the whole story of what happened that day in the room, right?
I don't think it was phrased that way, but similar, yes.
At this point in time, she's already been confronted with the fact that you went through the phones and knew what was on Kacey's, right?
Meaning,
Meaning she knew, Meggan knew, you had Kacey's phone.
yes, she was told that originally.
Originally, and then
In the first interview, yes.
and the texts didn't match, right?
Yes.
And we already established, it doesn't take a genius to know that if you have the phone you sent the text to, you have the text on that phone, on Kacey's phone, right?
Yes.
Okay. So from the very start, she knows about this text messaging, right? That was gone from her phone.
Meggan knows they're gone from her own phone?
Her own phone.
Yes.
All right. And you're talking about that from the start, right?
Yes.
And that's part of what you said, you meant when you said, it doesn't look good for you, right?
Yes.
At that point, she hadn't told you about the use of the glucometer, right?
No.
And that the destruction, you had confronted her in this third interview even about that by deleting those messages, that could be the crime of obstruction of justice, right?
Yes.
And then, in terms of whether there was more than obstruction of justice, do you remember? With Special Agent Hales flatly stating, this will be in Exhibit 167, that's why from this point forward, we're going to work strictly off the evidence. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
You're going to talk about whether this evidence comes back and implicates you, right?
Yes.
Talked about specific kinds of evidence, right?
I don't remember the specific kinds that he talked about. I don't remember that.
DNA. You don't remember that?
Well, I mean, if you want to list them, I can. I don't know.
I just did. DNA. You talked when they're talking about the kind of evidence that they're going to that you guys are going to strictly work off of. It included DNA, right?
Yes.
Specifically talked about it in light of the evidence. Said if your DNA is on that syringe, right? If your DNA, touch DNA is on something, that's the sort of evidence you're going to work off of as police officers.
Yes. I don't think he meant exclusively, but he did say that.
No, all kinds, right? I mean, you're going to search for everything. Evidence to prove what you were suspecting that didn't look good. It includes touch DNA, address that with her, right?
Yes.
She said, I didn't touch any, you gave an example of a vial, an insulin vial, right?
Yes.
And did you touch any syringes or anything? You asked her that, remember?
I don't remember, but it sounds familiar, so yes.
We were asked questions yesterday about the interview, States 167, the third interview of Meggan on the 29th.
Yes, I can reference it in my report if that would help. I can look at that.
If you want help with the report, as a matter of fact, I can give you the transcript if that would help. Do you want
That's
one?
okay. I can just turn to it really quick.
Yeah, what?
I'm not saying that's not true. I would assume we said that. So
Well, I don't want to be. Oh, this is not. Oh. So you can start by using your report. I'll bring you up the transcript.
okay.
We don't have a clean copy, or I can use the transcript that is highlighted by Marissa. May I approach the witness stand? I'm going to show you a transcript
Okay.
The interview you did with Meggan on the 3rd. On the
Thank you.
29th, the 3rd interview.
Do you have a cert copy of that?
I don't. I didn't even have a clue for her. But we sent it over in the transcripts folder. If you want me to take a minute so you can pull it up. And let's talk about it. Let's do it by subject. One of the things that you were talking to Meggan about was, you know, that she deleted text messages and such, and why she did it, right?
Yes.
And she consistently referenced because she felt like she might look bad given what Kylie's accusation was, right?
Yeah, that's what she said.
So she repeatedly said, what am I supposed to do? Kylie is accusing me of this right from the start, right?
Yes.
You knew that Kylie had talked about ruining her life, causing her misery, and getting the police involved in a phone call on the 14th, immediately before Meggan and her family left, right?
On the 12th? Yes.
On the 12th. And when you were doing this final interview with Meggan that the jury's going to hear, she flatly said, I just didn't want to look like what Kylie's accusing me of, right?
Yes.
She said it was in response to this very statement that Kylie said, I'm going to destroy you, and referenced the phone call of the 12th, right?
Yes.
She, later in the interview, referenced because it was included the accusation of poisoning her sister, right?
What are you saying? Sorry, what's
Again, she specifically referenced the accusation that Kacee was going to make that she poisoned Kacee, right?
Meggan said that?
Right? Yes, Meggan said that in your interview.
Is it in the transcript?
Go to page 24.
Okay. Yes.
Of course, she's going to delete messages and flail like she did when Kylie's bringing up poisoning in particular, right?
Yes.
And that Kylie is telling her, I'm going to make you pay, right? That's the same sentence.
Yes.
And as she's talking about all of the reasons she's done what she's done to arrive at the point where you guys tell her it does not look good for you in this regard, she says, look, it doesn't mean I helped her, right?
Yes.
Just like that call we heard where she says, I was there but I didn't do anything, right?
Correct.
That is what she consistently tells you in the interview, right?
Yes.
She told you, I was scared when Kylie threatened me and deleted the messages, but that doesn't mean I helped her, right?
Yes.
At this point in time, it's fair to assume, like we already did, that Meggan knows there's a whole script of what happened in texts on the days leading up to and on the 12th between she and Kacee, right?
Not necessarily. Kacee told her often that she was deleting the messages throughout their history of the text messages. So it was my impression that she thought Kacee was deleting those along the way.
When did she say that?
I would have to look for that. I
Okay.
can. Like
Yeah,
right
fine.
now.
Find out how about just in your interview? she certainly didn't say that in her interview, right?
No, she didn't.
She was acknowledging that you guys know what happened by text and that she was not looking good by having deleted them,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna go ahead at this point in time. And this is everything. I told you about the script. This is everything from the 9th to them to the last text on the 12th. For ease, and not yours necessarily, I guess, maybe the jury's. H.
LSH was that demonstrative
Okay, so
I.
I. I'll show you what I'm marking as defendant's I. Yeah, Brooks witness.
Thank you. Do you want this, or are we still using it?
So, does that look like the text between Meggan and Kacee from August 9th all the way through the last text?
That's what it looks like, yes.
So instead of piecemealing these texts, I just wanted the jury to go ahead and have, I'm moving for admission of I, defendant's I.
No objection.
All right, so that'll give us the whole script.
Call received.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Exhibit I. Thank you.
That'll give us the script. Of everything they said to each other, setting up the events of the suicide, supposed suicide, maybe fake suicide, whatever it is that you described, are the options of what happened that night. All right, so then I want to come back to that because after she says, yeah, it doesn't look good when you confront her with the text messaging and the interviews and such, after she describes why she did that, because she was scared by Kylie's accusations, you specifically talk about, as we already discussed, proof with her. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that's what was meant by the reference to, we'll see where it goes. You don't look good. Well, we'll see where the evidence goes, right?
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to go back through here, if you don't remember, and talk about the kinds of evidence. Because, I mean, look at 42. Page 42 of your interview.
Okay.
At the very bottom, the subject's being talked about. Remember, Hales, that goes to the very blunt question I asked you, and you said no. That is about whether you helped, right? You said no, you didn't help.
Yes.
That's great. But if we have evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. That's what she was told, right?
Yes.
And you remember he said, then turn the page. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset. Right?
That's what Sergeant Hale said, yes.
Right in your presence.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the evidence then. Do you not recall the discussion that the sorts of evidence would include touch DNA?
Yes.
And that's why she said, I didn't touch anything that day, right? I didn't touch any insulin bottle.
Yes.
Talked about fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Same thing. That fingerprints were the sort of evidence that you and Hales were talking to her about as proof.
Yes.
Medical evidence. Remember bringing
Toxicology.
up toxicology?
Yes.
then let's go to some of that in this case. Because evidence of that sort was sought, right?
The toxicology and the fingerprints and the DNA, yes.
But proof that Hale said he'd ride off in the sunset if it didn't exist, right?
That's what he said.
Let's go about how both the investigation and the evidence in that regard then. The Jorgensen, Osborne, and Robinson are on scene, and they're able to get evidence, right?
Yes,
That's one of the things, that syringe,
yes.
we'll call it syringe 2.
Mhm.
No. Item 2.
Yeah.
Is that fair? They're able to take pictures.
Yes,
They did some searching, right?
yes,
They did some searching, even we saw of the turquoise box that's at issue.
yes.
Again, for documents, right?
They were looking for the DNR, yes.
Yeah, I mean, now, by the way, this Kacee that we are learning all about in this trial certainly could have showed Meggan a document that she later destroyed, right?
Meggan said she had never seen one.
But she could have showed her the insurance document. It looks like she did.
Absolutely.
She could have showed her all sorts of things that no longer existed, right? This person was
I mean, I guess.
consummate liar and manipulator. Can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely.
So they get some evidence, and book some of the evidence in. Let's talk about the screenshot. I think I have it here. Of this one in the closet. You remember when we were looking at the body camera and there was a depiction of what was in the left-hand corner of Kacee's closet? You remember that?
Yes.
Now, by the way,
Talking about Jorgensen's or Osborne's?
on Jorgensen's,
Yeah.
we played portions of it. You
Yeah,
were
I'm just
here.
asking which body cam you're talking about.
We've only played one at this point.
Okay, then
But
yes.
you've also seen Osborne's too, right?
Right.
You've reviewed it,
Mm-hmm.
yes?
Yes.
And in the course of Osborne's work, he has to move the treadmill so he can get access to the left-hand side of the closet, right?
Yes.
And when he does that, he sees, it reveals all these pill bottles and all of these medical equipment that you talked about, and syringes and bags of medical supplies, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you to look at what I've marked as defendants J, and you tell me whether or not this looks like a fair depiction of a screenshot from the body camera of Osborne of what he saw.
Yes. In that left-hand closet, yes.
Move to admit defendants J.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit J.
Request to publish. Well, first of all, let me ask a question about it. That has a picture of a syringe of some sort, right at the front, sitting alone, out of a package, in the closet, right?
It's like a cough medicine, not a syringe, with like a needle on it.
You don't know that you can use that syringe type to inject things into a port?
Well, it's sitting next to the
Do
cough
you know
medicine.
whether
I
you
didn't
can
think that
use-
was the right type to use for the port. I didn't know that, no.
You didn't know. It's sitting here as you sit here today. Are you
Correct. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know that that's a syringe
So there's
for a
evidence,
port, no.
There's evidence of something you can inject. You can inject a syringe-type object sitting open on the shelf in Casey's bedroom. You'd already seen the text that said she was drawing things up, right? Drawing up.
No, I hadn't seen that when I, no.
Well, you didn't see this. This exhibit. This was from Osborne. Fair enough. You did not collect the syringe object that is in defendant's J. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair.
It got thrown away. Right?
If Mark threw it away, then yes.
Well, you guys threw, look, even Osborne and Jorgensen threw all kinds of stuff away in the trash. You've
They
seen
were
their
cleaning
body
up the
cameras.
room from the paramedics. They weren't just throwing random
How do you
things
know?
away.
You weren't there.
From what I saw in the video,
You don't know what went into these trash bags that they went up and had Mark throw in the trash, right?
no, I don't.
And then you guys went in, when you went in on that search a couple days later, that room was tossed. Right? I mean, stuff was all over the place.
There were a couple bins on the bed. They had been searching for the DNR.
Did you see that syringe object that's in defendant's J?
No, I didn't search that closet.
You did anybody else? You're the case agent. Are you interested in what evidence might have been in the room that day?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so it's not in evidence. That
No,
syringe
it
is
is
not in
not.
evidence.
No,
And you don't even know what it could be used for except for cough syrup. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. While we're on the subject then of this forensic evidence, you have the one syringe that was found that we've called item 2, right? Syringe item 2.
Yes.
Now, ultimately, after you searched with what you say with the warrant, yet another syringe was found by Mark in that room, right?
Yes.
Now, you didn't find, that was the insulin syringe, right?
Yes.
And let's call it syringe 3. I don't remember what item of evidence does the state.
I think it's 21.
It's in a box. The jury can't see it right now.
No,
Right.
it's in a bag.
It's in a bag, and that
clear.
one's separate. That one's on its own in the bag. And
Yes.
and that's because that never got tested for anything, right?
Correct.
You didn't find that in the search.
No.
Now you indicated you thought that might be. Did you say because? What did you say yesterday that you were surprised that there was a syringe in there because you searched? Weren't you surprised?
No, it was the closet was full of medical equipment.
You don't know it came from the closet.
Mark said it came from the closet.
He said he found it near the closet, right?
No, he pointed to the closet and said he found it in the closet. That's my recollection, is that he found it in the closet.
We'll play the video at some point. By the time that Mark had found that, a number of days later, that room had all sorts of activity in it, right?
Since Mark was pulling up the carpet, yes, he took everything out of that room.
Before that, I mean, things in that room could have been kicked around, moved around, displaced just by the 5 EMT people that were in there, right?
Yes,
And then there was whatever happened when the family went in the next day. Whatever they did could have moved evidence around, right?
yes,
And then the activity of cleaning up the room, during which Mark found the syringe, all sorts of activity could have moved that syringe around, right?
yes, and that was after we searched it, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're not saying you weren't searching that room for, I mean, a syringe would be evidence, right?
There were a lot of syringes in that closet.
A syringe on the floor a diabetic syringe that Mark says is a diabetic syringe that is obviously a diabetic syringe in an insulin overdose case Would you find that interesting?
I'm telling you there were a lot in that closet, so we couldn't,
I want to take a second.
okay.
Do you find that interesting, is capable of being answered yes or no? Do you find the existence of a syringe in a room on an overdose case interesting evidence?
That one, no. The circumstances surrounding that syringe, no.
You don't know what happened to that syringe. That syringe could have been on the other side of the room on August 12th, sitting under a bed, kicked by an EMT. Can't you agree with me on that?
The closet was packed full of stuff. I can agree that you think that. I personally did not think that.
We know what team you're on. So it doesn't make any sense for us to sort of talk
That's
about
not fair to
what
say. I had not made up my
Right.
mind until the very end.
Do you understand
So,
the decorum in a courtroom of waiting till I finish
I
my
apologize.
question?
I'm sorry.
That it's being recorded and we talk over each other, we can't make a record? Do you understand that?
Yes.
On the subject of evidence, you were there on the 14th with Mark. Sorry, the 13th with Mark when you walked around the room to seal it with the tape, right?
Yes.
And that's when Mark mentioned the glucometer, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't take it into evidence at that time, right?
No.
Now, can we agree that in an insulin overdose death, a glucometer would be an interesting piece of evidence?
Yes.
Then when you went in with the warrant and did the search, you collected the monitor, right?
Yes.
Then it looks like approximately the 19th, you gave it back to Mark.
Yes.
In the meantime, didn't analyze it, right?
No.
Did you even take it out of the pouch that it's in?
No.
Did you book it into evidence?
It was in temporary evidence, yes. He came to the PD to pick it up.
Temporary evidence. It was in a place that you already intended to give it back to him?
No. It was still in the temporary evidence locker for me to book.
Oh, I see. So you hadn't booked it yet.
Correct.
And then you gave it back to Mark, right?
Yes.
And then you ultimately didn't retrieve it till early January. Is that correct?
January 9th, I believe.
And then didn't look at it still until January 30th, right?
I don't remember.
We'll get back to the results of that in a later portion of the questioning, but I want to follow along on the subject of evidence, the evidence you talked about to Meggan in her interview. On the 18th, by the way, let me talk about the search for a second on the 14th, because you brought up something. You only searched the room. On the 14th, you only searched Kacee's room, right?
Correct.
And you said it was because you only wrote a warrant for the room?
Yes.
Why? This whole house could have been traipsed around by Kacee, right?
Yes.
You knew already that it's full of insulin, right?
Yes.
You knew already there's insulin users all through the house, right?
Yes.
You knew already that there were syringes used for insulin that could be throughout the house, right?
Yes.
But you only wrote a warrant for the room.
Yes.
And let's just talk about warrants, because warrants aren't the only way that you can legally go search something, right?
No,
You can just ask, right?
not in that situation, no.
Just describe it. I'm gonna do something I don't do much with police officers. I'm gonna ask an open-ended question. Describe why the heck you can't ask for consent to go look in the bathroom. For instance, let's just start with that.
I did ask consent to look in the bathroom later. I couldn't ask for Casey's room for consent. She paid rent,
We learned
and she
later.
was alive, so I needed a warrant.
So you think, but I'm not talking about the warrant. You don't need, if you came to my house without a warrant and asked me to look in my bathroom, and I said, sure, you can legally go look in my bathroom, right?
Yes,
So on the 14th, when you're there to collect evidence, the first chance you get on a scene that was secured so you could do it, you didn't look in the bathroom. Isn't that right?
that is correct.
And you could have asked Mark if you could look in the bathroom, right?
I could have.
And you didn't.
I did not.
There is nothing about working with Mark Farnsworth that suggests that he was ever going to tell anybody they couldn't look around the house, right?
I can't answer for him, but no, he's very nice.
I'm not. Answer for yourself. There's nothing that you thought as a police officer that was for 1 second going to be denied when you asked to look anywhere in that house. You know you could have looked anywhere if you asked Mark.
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You don't think Mark would have said yes?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't ask.
No. Okay. So you didn't ask to go search the premises of what at that point you were investigating as a possible homicide.
Yes.
All right. And frankly, you learned later in your first interview with Meggan, a couple days later, that she said that Kacee had gone into the bathroom, right?
Yes.
So, unfortunately, since you hadn't interviewed her until a couple days later, you didn't realize until then that the bathroom was at issue potentially in this case, right?
Correct.
And you don't have any idea then what was in the bathroom, what was touched, what might have been done, whether there were fingerprints, even what was in the trash, right?
Not until I looked on the 19th. No.
You don't know by looking on the 19th, at the first look in the trash 7 days later, that that's what would have been in the trash had you looked on the 14th, right?
Correct.
I mean, let's face it, the whole house had been cleaned up, picked up, trash taken out, in between those two times, in between the 14th and when you looked in it on the 19th, right?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know when they take out their trash.
Because you can't ask them?
He said that they usually take the trash out on Wednesday, but he didn't know if they'd taken it out, is my recollection.
You didn't talk to him about taking out the trash in the bathroom. You just don't know what happened in the trash can at the bathroom between the 12th and the 19th, do you?
No, I
And
don't.
you never tried to look. Fair to say?
No, we did look on the 19th. Is that what you're saying? That I didn't look before the 19th?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct.
Didn't look in Kyle's room ever, did you?
That was Mark's room at the time. No, I did not.
Never asked to.
No.
Let's talk about this Vanderbox evidence. You get a call from Mark letting you know on the 18th of August that he had found this Vanderbox evidence, right?
Yes.
He described what it was, right?
Yes.
He described it as a Fanta box, which you later learned is in a trash that Kacee uses, right?
Yes.
He described it had an insulin bottle in it that looked like some had been used, right?
Yes.
Did you hear him testify in this trial that that amount he thought would kill someone
Yes.
who wasn't diabetic, right? You heard that testimony?
Yes.
Syringe, cap of the vial, all wrapped in a cloth that was in a Fanta orange, right?
Yes,
At that point, you knew that Kacee drank Fanta orange soda, right?
yes,
And you had seen that Kacee had Fanta orange soda cans even in that closet that you couldn't access without moving the treadmill, right?
yes,
And you knew, sorry, that in fact, some Fanta orange Zero was purchased for Kacee. Well, you didn't know at the time. You now know that Fanta Orange Zero was purchased for Kacee by her Aunt Kay 6 days before the 12th.
yes,
So you didn't know that. You didn't know about the timing of the Fanta purchase, but you knew about this, and you knew, I mean, it certainly, insulin vial, syringe, the box with the insulin, these sorts of items would be extraordinarily important forensically for the investigation. Can we agree?
yes,
Here's Mark telling you this evidence exists that he found, right?
Yep.
And you don't send crime scene out, right?
we don't have crime scene,
You have access to the CSI. You can call them.
okay?
You don't do that? You don't.
No.
Your department doesn't use crime scene investigation?
No, we don't utilize the crime scene investigation.
Did you hear Osborne and or Jorgensen on their body cameras talking about calling someone out even on the 12th once they learned insulin was involved?
Calling out crime scene?
Calling out
No.
somebody. You're saying that your department does not have the ability to use crime scene investigation services.
I'm sure we do. I've never done that, though.
Well, I
At the
know
time, I didn't think about it.
you had never done this sort of investigation.
Right, I didn't think about it at the time.
But let's just talk about basic police work. Hearing that, you've already established, I think, that that would be pretty important evidence, right?
Yes,
You've already established evidence can give fingerprints, right?
yes,
DNA, touch DNA, right?
yes,
And in fact, it turns out, notwithstanding what was done here, some of that evidence came out of what Mark found, right? There were DNA results.
yes,
There's never any fingerprint results on any of the testing, right?
no,
You didn't tell Mark to let you come get it, let's put it that way. We'll leave CSI, no CSI attempt. You didn't say yourself go try to document what it looked like, right?
no,
You had him take a picture,
yes,
meaning he had to remove the content, set them up, and put them on, and take a picture. You didn't just tell him what kind of picture, how to take it, or anything else, right?
no,
It ended up to be a photograph. I think we saw it in evidence, if not, we can get it in straight down with the items spread out, right?
yes.
So clearly he was touching them, and you had him move them around and take a picture of this evidence.
I asked him to take a picture, yes.
But you didn't tell him how.
No,
You didn't tell him to use love.
no,
And then you just told him to put it in the bag, right?
yes,
It turns out that he didn't put the rag in the bag, right?
correct.
Now, maybe you don't know this. Maybe you do. A rag would be a pretty good piece of evidence to be able to get DNA off. Can we agree with that?
Okay.
Do you get trained?
Yes, I said yes.
We said okay.
I'm sorry, yes.
Can we agree that a rag would be a very good piece of evidence to get DNA off of, pursuant to the training that whatever it is or isn't, you testified to about when you took the stand for the prosecution?
Yes,
The training is at least enough to know that a Fanta box, flat, smooth, waxy surface would be a very good surface to get fingerprints from. Can we agree?
yes,
Didn't ask him to keep the Fanabox,
No,
didn't ask him to keep the rag.
no,
And not only that, when you went over to pick it up, and you put it in a Ziploc bag, right?
yes,
He walked you out and showed you that all that evidence was still there. Did you see that clip?
yes,
So he walks you out, shows you where Kacee's garbage can, where Kacee smoked cigarettes and talked to all these people, which you learned were drug associates, right? Christian and other people like
yes,
that. And that it was her use for that patio. You walk out and the things of interest evidentiary are still there in that garbage can. The box and the wrap. Right?
yes.
And you still didn't collect it.
No, I did not.
I mean, because look, all the evidence suggests that the person who was involved with the Fanabox, the syringe, the vial, and the stuff in there was Kacee. The evidence suggests it was Kacee that would have been involved with that evidence, right? Don't you think that that's the conclusion to be drawn from what you've learned in this case?
The evidence was put in there by Kacee?
Yeah.
No.
Well, wait, let's talk about it then. It's where she would put her stuff, right? Right?
Yeah,
She drank Orange Zero.
yes,
It was bought within you now know, within 5 days before by Kay, a box of it.
yes,
She went in and out that door whenever she did the things she did. That was her secluded place, right?
yes,
And her DNA is on the syringe.
yes,
And Mark's DNA is on the syringe. Unsurprising since you had him take it out and take a picture of it, right?
mhm,
Yes?
yes,
And you took Meggan's standard and you gave Meggan's blood to be analyzed, and Meggan was excluded. They were able to say Meggan's DNA is not on there, right?
I think so, yes.
Were you prepared at all by the prosecution to be able to give the results of the DNA tests to the jury at the trial?
I have a chart.
As you sit up here as the case agent, you're not sure whether the definitive results of the DNA evidence excluded.
I don't think the word excluded was used. I think it was inconclusive, or it was something like that.
Counsel, let's put a pin in this just for a moment. We've been going 2 hours.
Oh, okay,
Let's
sorry.
Let's take our
I
morning
lose
break.
track.
We'll come back and finish this up. So let's take our morning break right now. We've been going for a bit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claimants.
All rise for the jury.
Let's come back at a few minutes after 11, a few minutes after 11, and we'll keep going. Thank you.
All rise.
seated. We'll go back on the record on case 251401132, State versus Sundwall. Mr. Williams?
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna slow down a little. Insomnia is an ugly thing,
Yes, it is.
and maybe I've been going too quickly. We were on the subject of the DNA and the fingerprints. Okay?
Okay.
And you had indicated, and I understand, you're no DNA expert, right?
Right.
You send the stuff out, it goes to the crime lab, can we call it crime lab?
Yes.
Because I always mix up the acronym. Utah Bureau of Forensic Sciences is the UBFS, right?
Sure. Yes.
You don't know either. It's the crime lab for Utah.
Mm-hmm.
You had indicated that you had talked to somebody there about fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
And that an opinion had been given to you that a syringe might be a poor item to get fingerprints from. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, then, for one item, you didn't submit it for fingerprints, right? One syringe.
Which syringe? We had number 2 was submitted eventually, and the Fantabox syringe was submitted.
Originally, sorry. You go up-
Originally, yes, just the Fantabox syringe.
because one of the challenges, I'm sorry, for me at least, is that item 20 is all of the Fantabox stuff, right?
Yes.
Because it was in the bag that Mark had put it in, right?
Yes.
So when you submitted item 20 to the crime lab for forensic analysis, all those things went as one item, right?
Yes.
So they had to split them out when they were assessing and analyzing them and give each one their own lab number.
Yes.
And so when you first submitted things to the crime lab for fingerprint analysis, you only submitted item 20, right?
Yes.
The Fantabox items.
Yes.
So that syringe went for fingerprints because it was in the baggie with all of the other stuff.
Yes.
And that stuff you wanted to have submitted for fingerprints, for instance, the vial, right?
Yes.
The vial, the opinion was, could be a good source of fingerprint evidence, right?
Yes.
I think you indicated even when you showed jury of that vial in the bag that it looked like there was some black powder that they used for fingerprint, right?
On the box, yes.
On the box, that was on the box. Oh, and the box too, right?
Yes.
And the submission of the box was because the box, the instructions on how to use insulin that come out of the box, right?
Yes.
And the vial, the syringe, and the cap off of the vial were the items submitted with item 20, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you defendants K. K is the fingerprints of 20. DNA report, or it's a crime lab report. I don't want to be intimidated by it, but you can see that this is a report related to the attempt to get fingerprints off of item 20, the Fantabox evidence, right?
Yes.
So in September 25th, 2024, this report was rendered that there are no fingerprints
Correct.
on the evidence that was submitted from the Fantabox.
Yes.
And again, I don't want to, just so we're clear, that didn't include the Fantabox.
Correct.
Move for admission of K.
No objection.
Thank you. Court received defendant's exhibit K.
All right. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit L. May I have continuing leave to approach?
You may.
Thank you. Another report, right?
Yes.
This looked like another fingerprint conclusion.
Yes.
This one was on item 3, right?
Yes. On their item 3, I think it was our item 2.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about, that the one that was found in the room, put up on that stand, dresser, I don't know
Yes.
what you want to call it. This item 2 was also analyzed for fingerprints,
Yes.
notwithstanding that originally someone there said it was probably not a very good item.
Yeah.
Move for introduction, admission of defendant's L.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit L.
In February of 2025, you knew that there were no fingerprints on the syringe that was in the room when the paramedics went in, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as M. Look through that. I said that was item M, right, or defendant's M, correct?
Yes.
Does it appear to be, now we're on the subject, if you look at the top and it says forensic analysis report, DNA analysis, right?
Yes.
So now we're on to the DNA subject.
Yes.
A little easier than fingerprints, a little harder than fingerprints to interpret, right?
Yes.
DNA.
Yeah.
And you don't know how to do DNA, you don't know how they do it, you're not a DNA expert, but you are the police officer who can get a report back and learn what the results are, right?
Yes.
This DNA report is a report about the attempt to determine whose DNA was on agency item 2, correct?
Yes.
What they do for clarity of this report, what they do there is they don't actually, to test for DNA, the first thing that's done is the agency, the crime lab, swabs with a Q-tip or a piece of cloth the item that they're trying to find DNA on, right?
Yes.
And so when we see on this cuttings of swabs of syringe, let me move for the admission of M.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit M.
What they do is they And then they take the swab that they have swabbed to see if they can get the touch DNA from, and then they use the swab to test with the fancy DNA equipment, right?
Yes,
Okay. So when we see cuttings of swab of syringe on here, that means the DNA from item 2, right? Agency
Yes.
item 2. Item 2 is in that bedroom, right?
yes.
And I'm gonna ask you if you've seen this. I'm going to mark while we're at it. Mainly so it's just clear how thorough they are in trying to get DNA. Defendant's O. I'm going to show you what defendant's O is.
Scott, is there an N?
I haven't done it yet. It's the last DNA report.
Just noticed you'd skip from N to O.
While we're on the subject of the syringe, do you remember in the DNA reports that come back, the long DNA file that comes back, there's even a rendering of what the areas swabbed were. I'm going to show you what's been defendant's O, and does that look like the hand drawing by the crime lab of how and what they swabbed?
Yes.
Move for admission of O.
No objection.
Court received defendant's exhibit O, it can be published.
So, this picture shows the attempt to get DNA from the barrel of the syringe, right?
Yes,
Well, that's what it's called, you call it the barrel,
I figured.
the cap, right?
Yes,
The underside, because if you plunge something, you might grab the underside of the barrel,
yes.
and the top where you would push.
Yep.
Now, when they first when you first sent in for DNA, you were just trying to see if there is any DNA on the items, right?
Yes.
Now, I've done this a little out of order, and I'm sorry. I'm going to show you N. That report, N, is the DNA report that says that they found DNA, right?
Yes.
And in the summary portion, again, this one is on item 20, right?
Yes.
So they found DNA on item 20 as well, right? That's
Yes.
what N. Move for admission of N. Oh, I didn't show it to you.
So,
Yeah, I'll put it right now. I was just going to walk through the items because of that very point.
no objection.
Thank you. Court received defendant's N.
And what was done with 20 was the use of cuttings again of the syringe found in the Fanta box, right? And some other things.
Yes.
Start with the first thing. One thing they did was they looked for DNA on the swabs of the syringe, right?
Yes.
They looked for DNA on the swabs of the glass vial, right?
Yes.
And then when it says cutting a DNA spot card from Kacee Terry, let's lay that out. What they need is they need to find out whose DNA it is. They need an example of a person's DNA to compare in the analysis, right?
Yes.
And so that's a standard, right? That's called the DNA standard profile.
Yes.
They've got the profile of Kacee Terry because that's easy to get. You had that evidence.
Yes.
Her blood or whatever they used. And they compared that against the cuttings of the swabs of the syringe in the Fanta box and the glass vial in the Fanta box, right?
Yes.
They ultimately didn't test the orange cap in the Fanta box, right?
Yes.
Nor the plastic bag with cardboard box and folded paper.
Yes.
Now that plastic bag is the Ziploc that Mark had put it in, right?
I'm not sure.
Item 20 went with a plastic bag full of the stuff Mark put in it, right?
I thought I repackaged it from there. I don't know what the plastic bag would be.
You know, there wasn't a plastic bag found by Mark, right?
No.
And then the cardboard box is the vial box, right?
Yes.
And the folded paper is probably those instructions.
Yes.
They didn't test those.
No.
They test the syringe and the vial for DNA, and they find DNA, right?
Yes.
And they find Kacee's DNA on there, right?
Yes.
They don't find in their investigation any DNA for Meggan, right?
No.
Right. So no Meggan DNA is found on either syringe. Well, maybe we hadn't finished going through what would have been M, I think. That is the report that relates to the attempts to test the syringe in the bedroom for other than Kacee, right?
Mhm.
Do I have the report right? Is that exhibit M?
Yes.
What they did with that is, again, they had found DNA on the syringe in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
It had multiple persons' DNA on it,
Yes.
including Kacee's.
Yes.
So in the bedroom syringe has Kacee's DNA on it, right?
Yes.
Then you want to find out whether that other DNA that's on it matches anybody else who might have touched it, right?
Yes.
So when you did that, you went and got a swab from Meggan so you could test it against Megan's DNA, right?
Yes.
And Mark.
Yes.
Mark gave you a swab. They put it in the mouth, a Q-tip, and
Yes.
swirl it around, right? Sorry if that reminds anybody of COVID. And then they go back and they look again. They run this DNA test again, and sure enough, they do find that there's other people's DNA, not just Kacee's DNA on that one, right? They find that there's the assumed 3 contributors. There's limited support. There's no interpretable support on.
Yeah, it says Mark and Meggan are excluded as contributors.
Okay. So just Kacee's is on that.
Yes.
All right. So we have no DNA in this case of anything that you've tested that matches Meggan, right?
Right.
And you have Kacee's DNA on both the syringes you sent for testing.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit because we had addressed the subject of medical evidence. When you were talking, remember, with Meggan saying the kinds of things that you were going to test for proof that she did anything in that room, or DNA, we just covered that.
Yes,
Fingerprints, we just covered that.
yes.
And medical, right?
The toxicology, yes.
Toxicology.
Yeah.
Now, toxicology, and I guess maybe why I'm calling it medical is there's evidence of what happened that is derived from what the doctors did at the hospital with Kacee, right?
Yes,
That generated lots of medical records, correct?
yes, yes, it did.
And you were able to obtain those in the course of the investigation, right?
Yes,
To get a fuller picture of the history of Kacee's medical history, you had available to you the witness, Dr. Mastiller, right?
yes,
We heard him testify. You were here for his testimony.
yes.
So if you remember it this way, or in a way that pursuant to your investigation, because you went and interviewed Mastiller a couple times, right?
Yes,
Special Agent Hales was there,
yes,
both times.
yes,
When you interviewed Dr. Mastiller, you learned some things consistent with what he spoke of on the stand, including that he had 4 years of being her patient, correct?
of her being her doctor, yes,
Yeah, of her being his patient.
yes.
And of course, do you remember he even thumbed through some records to try to help with the questions you were asking? He's scrolling through some things on his computer.
Yes,
You were talking about medical conditions of Kacee Terry and things she had reported, right?
yes,
You heard all that glucose evidence about her giving him glucose numbers and the hypoglycemia and all
Yes.
that. You didn't know that at the time. When you're doing this investigation, that information wasn't given to you by him, right?
he did tell me, I can consult my report if you'd like, but he did tell me that they had done some work with that.
With glucose.
Yeah, and that he had given her a monitor to take home.
So there's this history with glucose and given a monitor.
Yes,
And did you take that to mean a glucose monitor like we have involved in this case?
yes,
Mark had said there's a number of them around, right?
yes,
Around, to be clear, around the house because there's so many diabetics there, right?
yes.
But he didn't provide you the medical file when you talked to him being Mastiller.
No,
Matter of fact, the medical file, knowing about Kacee's medical history, you didn't even have that file and evidence in July of last year, did you?
no, I never asked him for that.
I think you did talk to him about the fact that Kacee had presented with mental health issues.
Yes,
And given your investigation, no surprise, probably there, right?
no,
And mentioned suicide, right?
we asked him if he thought she was suicidal, yes,
Well, he mentioned that she had mentioned suicide to him. She had brought up the subject of suicide with him, right?
yes,
Remember, because he referred her
Yes.
out
mm-hmm.
for therapy that she did 3 times in 2023, I think it was, right?
Yes,
So you hadn't asked for any records about the history of Kacee's involvement in her medical file from Mastiller. Did you seek any medical records from Epic?
no,
Dr. Epic? Dr. Epic was what, her kidney doctor, I think?
yes,
Had you sought any records from her knee surgeon?
we did get records from him, but that was.
I mean, that's after Megan's charge, is my point, right?
I don't remember.
Meggan was charged and arrested on March 20th, 2025, right?
Yes, I don't remember when I interviewed Dr. West.
Okay. So
That was just condition of the subpoena, that we would get the medical records.
And at the time she was arrested by you, that means charged, right? She was also charged that day
Yes,
with the present criminal allegations.
yes.
You hadn't even gotten the fingerprints result for the syringe too, right?
No,
You hadn't even gotten the DNA results from syringe 2.
I don't think so.
So as we started this, when Megan exclaimed that she had certainly said and done things that made it, as you guys said, look really bad for her, the proof in the form of forensic evidence had not even been completed by the time you arrested her. Agreed?
Digital forensic evidence started that day, so I wouldn't agree with that.
Let's talk about that. You had all this data about all of the texting back and forth, right? That's what you mean by the digital forensics.
Are you talking about when we interviewed her or when we arrested her?
You arrested her.
We had that, yes.
You had, in November, completed this exhaustive review of all of the communications and the things that were spoken of and the topics that the prosecutor just addressed with you. You had completed that in November, right?
I don't know that it was complete. I mean, if it says Casey's phone was done, that doesn't mean I was done with Megan's. I'm not sure when I was done.
Okay. You have looked at Casey's phone interactions. You had finished going through Casey's phone interactions with Megan November 18th, 2024, right?
Yes,
And we had already established that that was the nearly 200 pages of things that you typed in, correct?
like I said, I'm not sure when I was done with Megan's phone, so I don't feel comfortable agreeing with that. I was done with Casey's, it sounds like. I don't know what day I was done, I'm sorry.
All right. Now, Casey's phone didn't have any indications that it had deletions on it, right?
There was one.
Okay, there's one deletion out of those 28,000. My point I'm trying to get to is if you've got Casey's phone, you know all the interactions between Kacee and Megan in the form of this digital evidence that occurred, right? Unless they've been deleted from Casey's phone.
I'm not comfortable. I mean, yeah, I mean, when I was done with the investigation, I was done, but you're trying to pin me to a day, and I don't.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to be really honest and not pin you.
Yeah, when I was
Because
done, I was
I didn't
done.
write your
I don't want to
report.
pick a day. I don't know what day it
I
was.
don't want to write, I didn't write your report.
Yeah.
You wrote your report. That's what I pointed out, that you said you finished going through Casey's phone interactions
Right,
with Megan, and you finished that on November 18th, 2024.
right, but that doesn't mean I didn't check back when I was cross-referencing Megan's phone. I guess I just don't feel comfortable with that. I'm sorry.
Didn't say you didn't do any more work with the phone.
Oh, well then,
Just
yes, I
saying.
was done that day.
And I'm establishing what this massive volume of your report refers to. It refers to that work, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's finish evidence. You never submitted the syringe that Mark found in that room for any forensic testing, did you?
No.
And I was gonna skip over, I almost missed some other evidence. We had learned about this event last December where more syringe evidence was found, right?
Yes.
Right, let's unpack that a little bit. That syringe evidence was 3 empty syringes, right?
Yes.
And one that was preloaded with insulin, right?
Yes.
And what you learned was those existed in Kyle's room, what Mark thought a couple months after Casey's death.
After Kyle's death. He found them a couple months after Kyle's death in the desk.
You think he found them a couple months after Kyle's death?
That's what he
Yeah.
said, after Kyle's death, is my recollection.
Well, we can play that. So you're saying, then they would have been in there when Kacee and Meggan were together on the 12th.
Yes,
So that you didn't search Kyle's room ever, right?
no, it was Mark's room at the time.
All right. And the date of your search, you didn't search that room.
No,
And it's your understanding and belief that those 3 syringes and the loaded syringe had been found by Mark in the room,
yes,
and certainly weren't Mark's.
no,
You learned that in December 30th, and you sent that, you thought it was of enough evidentiary value that you sent that to the crime lab as well, right? Sent 3 of those syringes, the empty ones, right?
yes,
And looking for fingerprints again, right?
yes,
And they couldn't find any.
no,
You did not send the preloaded syringe full of insulin, with insulin in it. You didn't send that.
no,
I'm gonna object to knowledge that it was insulin in the syringe. There's been no indication that that's the case.
Can I follow up on that then? You never even tried to find out whether there was insulin in the syringe.
no, Mark told us it was insulin.
So you believe Mark. You took all of the circumstantial evidence and the things that Mark said and everything, and you didn't think you needed to test it for insulin because you believed it.
Yes,
It was an insulin syringe. You said you found that Kyle would preload these things, right?
yes,
And you didn't send it to the crime lab to see if it had any fingerprints, just the empty ones.
yes,
And the empty ones because those are things that could have been used.
yes,
Could have been used by Kacee.
yes,
Let me go to the subject. The subject, let's do the subjects that you went through with all of these text messages that were picked out of the mass of texting, okay?
okay,
Let's talk about the subject of insurance, I guess life insurance, okay?
okay,
That subject, I think we covered this a little bit, but that subject is pervasive between the two of them from the start of your text messaging investigation, right?
yes,
And you saw that you learned in your investigation that Kacee, also would talk to other people about that subject, right?
yes,
Like, we introduced even a text where she was talking, Mark talked about the fact that Kacee would talk about the insurance with Mark.
yes,
That Mark finally concluded that she would indicate to lots of people that she had life insurance policy and what they were the beneficiary, right?
yes,
Including Kylie, right?
yes,
Maybe connected is this subject that the prosecution developed in all these texts of Meggan and her finances, right?
yes,
And that's pervasive through these 4 to 5 years in the text too, right?
yes,
They talk about life sucks at times, right?
yes,
That she can eat beans was one of them because money was running low, right?
yes,
But some of those texts about, let's talk about tires and car problems, right?
yes,
child support that Mitch was paying for his other children, right?
Yes,
Taxes, tax day's no fun. They talked about taxes, right?
yes,
This all happened periodically for 4 years, right?
yes.
In terms of, you mean you testified to, and I think you testified directly to the fact that you thought that was relevant because of financial stress and what you believe in the government is charged, it needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that a motive of Meggan acting has to be proven that it was, she acted and it was for financial gain, right?
Yes,
So that's, as a feature of the case, you have to investigate that, right?
yes,
You understand that it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
yes.
Your conclusions that you reached about it, at least as a police officer, are only from all this text messaging. Right?
Yes,
You didn't use your ability to subpoena to look into her bank records, right?
no,
You didn't go speak to any employers at the time she was arrested in March, which is what, 7 or 8 months after the death, to learn about her work and what she was getting paid, right?
I did get records from her employer.
About the history. At that point in time that you arrested her, she had a job, right?
Yes,
She had started before the August 12th, right?
yes,
She had 2 jobs, didn't she?
yes,
She also worked nights sometimes, as well as her full-time job teaching as a nurse, right?
are those the 2 jobs you're referring to?
Is that what you learned?
Yes,
But that's at the time of arrest. That's what I'm talking about.
yes,
right? And you hadn't ultimately investigated with any kind of forensic abilities that you have, like a subpoena, what her financial situation was, other than these periodic penny the sky is falling references in text to Kacee. You didn't get any records.
I did get the employment records. I did not get bank records.
You didn't get any information by the way of interviewing to learn whether or not any significant financial distress was known to anyone else.
We did ask one of Megan's friends.
Catherine
Yes.
Judd,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
A friend? You didn't talk to any family members about her financial situation, right?
I did not.
Although you had the opportunity, you talked to Lee, her father, and Renee, her mother, multiple times, correct? At least the government did.
The other sergeants did, yes. I don't remember if they asked about that or not.
You don't remember what the evidence is in relation to that thing that must be proven?
Not in regards to those 2 interviews, no.
Or anything else, no other interviews. As a case agent, you're not aware that you or anyone else did anything other than find out that she had these references over 5 years to wishing she had more money than she did, right?
Right.
And of course, we all know that regardless of how things were going there, even at times, let's think this is interesting. The early text messages in here include references back and forth that suggest that Meggan and Kacee actually had been together when Kacee was attempting suicide, right?
Yes.
There'd be these times in these text messages where they'd say, Kacee would say, I can't believe it didn't work last night, right?
Yes.
And the responses back and forth between Kacee and Meggan provided inferential evidence that these events they were together during.
Yes.
So they're together during events that are about suicide, right?
Yes.
I get, we've heard the evidence, it's not whole as it is, suicide and events about attempting suicide.
Yes.
As far back as 2020, when Kacee lived with her.
Yes.
And so, let's talk a little bit while we're on that. I'm sorry, I do tend to get tangential. I apologize. I get on a subject and I want to finish it if it leads to something else. Let's talk about this circumstance of Kacee moving out. The evidence that you know of. That Kacee moving out of Meggan's house back in roughly 2020, right?
Yes, I can look at my timeline. I don't know.
Look at it if you can, because I didn't put that in my time.
I have that she moved in May of 2020 and out in March of 2021.
Okay, so this March 2021 date that I'll fix on, because Kylie testified about it and told you about it as well, right? That
Yes.
And in Kylie's version, Kacee's triggering it by telling Kylie that she's afraid of Meggan's trying to poison her, right?
Yes.
By the way, as Kacee would tell Kylie these things, Kylie would like send her DoorDash and stuff, right?
Yes. She would send her deliveries, yes.
So Kacee was getting something out of this claim that Meggan was poisoning her. She was getting Kylie to react, right?
Yes.
Getting attention from Kylie.
Yes.
Have we established that Kacee Terry would seek attention anywhere she could get it? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Doctors, right?
Yes.
Friends,
Yes.
family, including Kylie, right?
Yes.
And obviously Meggan.
Yes.
Right? So this moving out thing, she would tell Kylie about the attempted poisoning, but we know from all the texts that in that time, she and Meggan are in this unholy suicide attempting situation, right? We know that Kacee's talking about Meggan about the suicide, right?
We know they're talking about the insulin in the fridge.
We know, and using it for suicide. Right?
Yes.
So we're already talking about insulin as a method of suicide, right?
Yes.
It is, there are maybe hundreds of texts from Kacee to Meggan about having tried it, right? Tried
Yes,
insulin as
yes.
a method. So all this suicide talk involves Kacee saying she wants it to happen by insulin, right?
They discussed doing it. Yes.
She keeps talking about living through it in the course of her wanting to die, and why didn't the Heavenly Father take me back? And some of that is attempts with insulin is the point.
Yes.
So while she's telling Kylie that she thinks she's getting poisoned, she's clearly engaged in this discussion about the purpose of using it as her own suicide.
Yes.
Point is that Kylie, reacting to the lie, goes and moves her out when Meggan's not. Meggan and Mitch have gone on a vacation or something, right?
Her reacting to what Kacee told her. Yes.
Now let's talk about what life looks like for Kacee after that. Around that same time, you learn that there are a few, as I think you referred to them, other lives that Kacee is living with other people in other friend spheres. Is that fair?
Yes.
One is drug transactions, right?
Yes.
She is getting heavily involved in a world of buying and selling, trading drugs, right?
Yes.
And here is somehow getting away with telling everybody she has cancer, right?
Yes,
We already know, all the way to the end, she has somehow managed to live a life and communicate in a way that she has succeeded in these cells of communications to making them believe it. Fair to say?
yes,
The other thing she was succeeding on is this life of drug addiction and buying and selling and trading pills, right?
yes,
Now, she had been in drug treatment before this period of time, right?
yes,
So she is, and the pills that she's involved with are her prescription medications, correct?
yes,
Also getting those benzos that she's not prescribed,
yes,
that the doctor wouldn't give her because he's given her so much pain pills, Dr. Maslow, right?
yes,
Christian is a name that is prominent, that she is a friend with and who is also doing that with her, correct?
yes,
Okay, so I want to talk about that life, because as you report, that drug activity through the years continues to happen, right?
yes,
It continues to, I think at one point, you say, get increasingly aggressive towards the end of her life. Right?
I don't remember.
Look at 233, your report. I don't want to drag you through all of these tabs, so let me just select one. You look at page 233 of this report that I put in front of you, that massive stack of paper. The text messages that you typed in. On 233, you're describing something that is going on in July 8th, almost just a month before Kacee's death, right?
Yes, I see that now.
At the bottom.
Yes,
Because as you go through here and you're reading these texts, and you frequently are commenting on them and your investigation. Is that fair to say?
yes,
So what you would say is, while Kacee is talking to Meggan about suicide, for instance, she's out with Michelle trying to buy pills from Ty and other people, right? That's not this one, but that's an example of the sort of commentary you would give in your report.
yes,
So, right here, this is an example, right?
yes,
Part of what she's texting, a little higher up on the page, to refresh your recollection, is the subject of praying. She's texting this with Meggan. She's praying for death, right?
yes,
More of this and praying this aspect of their agreement, pact, whatever we're going to call it, that is against their religion, right?
yes,
That's also where she says, hey, don't worry, I'm deleting these messages, right?
yes,
And again, to keep it secret, confidential. They have a confederacy, right? That's a conclusion you can draw from these 5 years, can't you?
They didn't advertise what they were talking about? Yes,
And then you're noting at the bottom, in the meantime, while talking to Meggan about praying for death, she is once again buying drugs from Ty and Christian, right?
yes,
And this is where you characterize that this drug activity, and let me stop, we have established, haven't we, that prior to this July, that drug activity was prevalent almost daily, right?
I don't know about daily. I don't know about
A
that.
lot.
A lot. It was mostly when she ran out of her pills.
Well, the Christian would ask for some. You remember there's one where he's talking to her about snorting Xanax off of her dresser, and she had to pull the blinds?
I don't remember that one.
All right, at any rate, there's even talk in these texts that she has with her drug circle that they would go and literally meet at the pharmacy. Do you remember that?
Vaguely. I mean, there was a lot of drug activity.
And so, notwithstanding all this drug activity that's going on, you actually characterize it in the month before she dies Kacee is getting increasingly aggressive about getting pills, right?
Yes.
She's frustrated that drug dealers are taking too much time, right?
Yes.
She wants it done right the second. She talks about that frustration, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I was trying to be fair. Those are your words saying her drug activity with that cell of people is getting increasingly aggressive. Right?
Yes.
Month before she died.
Yes.
Drug activity that is described all throughout these texts by Kacee Terry is illegal, right?
Yes.
It is also illegal to use someone else's money to buy it if you, for instance, launder it through a Venmo account. That's a crime. Do you know that? Bank fraud?
Are you asking me if that's what happened here, or what is the
Well, we're going
question?
to establish that, but what I'm asking if you agree that these are things that anyone would know are criminal.
Yes.
Her criminal activity regarding her drug sale is getting increasingly aggressive, right?
Her getting the drugs or wanting the drugs was getting aggressive, yes.
We want to stop now.
Yeah. We can break for lunch. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to break for lunch. Appreciate your attention and your efforts so far. Before you go, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. I'd like to have you back at 1 o'clock. Have a good lunch.
All rise for the jury.
Counsel, anything else we need to cover before we break for lunch and come back at 1?
Not in the defense.
All right. Thank you all for your efforts on keeping it moving. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I honestly am gonna try to be.
No, fine, we were just there in Quantico.
Please be seated. I'm going to go back on the record on case 251401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Counsel, we ready to get going again? Detective, come on up and have a seat. I'll remind you, you're still under oath. We're still in the cross-examination portion. Mr. Williams, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right. Let's start again. I'll try to go where we left off. I was addressing this notion of these different cells of Kacee's life during these 4+ years that we're talking about, okay?
Okay.
And obviously one cell is this unholy discussion about suicide and insulin and everything else. That's the Meggan cell, right?
Okay.
And then she had certainly her family cell. Let's just talk about Kylie alone for a sec, okay?
Okay.
So you know from your investigation that she frequently lied, if not to everybody, to many people, about Kylie being mean to her,
Yes.
abusive of her.
I don't know about abusive.
Emotional abuse, I think.
I mean, mean.
Okay, she'd say that Kylie was mean. She would say she didn't like Kylie,
Yes.
and Kylie didn't like her.
I don't remember her saying that.
You don't remember that? Kacee, do you know her ex-husband, Kacee?
Yes.
Remember interviewing Kacee?
Yes.
Do you remember that Kacee, when you interviewed him, would say that Kacee with an EE, or Kacee, would complain about the family and say that Kylie was mean to her?
That Kylie was mean to her, yes.
And that she hated Kylie, or she disliked Kylie.
Yes.
All right. And then, so there's another cell. There's somewhere she's playing her ex-husband, Kacee Tanner. She's communicating with him about her life, right?
Yes.
And telling him untruths, false things, right?
Yes.
Casee's quite a character, isn't he?
Yes.
He'd say he didn't believe her, but he'd give her the money anyway. He married her so she could have insurance at one point in time, right? For a
Yes.
short period of time. Oh, by the way, she had said something about having a child in the text that she communicated to Meggan that died. Do you remember that?
No, I remember Meggan telling us that in an interview. I didn't see any text about that.
You didn't? Did you?
I don't remember. Maybe there are some.
Okay. By the way, if she told anybody that she had a child that died, that was false, right?
Yes.
And so we have that cell. And now I want to go back to this friend cell that we were talking about for a minute that had to do with her drug activity, okay?
Okay.
And this can we agree that it was rather extraordinary that she could lie about cancer to all these people and get believed?
Yes.
And is it fair to infer that she would also know that someday this was going to come crumbling down? Someday she'd get caught in the lie.
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't think you can infer that?
No, she had it going for quite a while.
So she can't infer that she never thought in the back of her mind, this is going to come crushing down. Someday I'm going to get caught.
I don't know what she was thinking.
Well, you were using these texts to try to figure out and reach conclusions about people's intent and what they were doing, right? That's part of your job as a police officer, isn't it?
Yes.
Move on. Then one thing that Kacee was able to really facilitate, and with all these lies and stuff, was getting out of Meggan's house, right?
Yes.
Because can we agree with the inference that she's more likely to get caught in lies if she's living with Meggan?
Get caught in what lies? The same lies she's
Drugs? Get caught in her drug activity?
get caught by whom?
By Meggan or her husband, who she's living with?
I guess so.
And other activities she's lying about doing?
I mean, I don't know that Meggan was checking on her all the time to catch her and things. I don't really have an answer for that. I don't know.
So these daily texts back and forth.
Yeah, I don't
Just
know.
strike that. One thing she did enjoy by getting out of Meggan's house is this isolated place that she got to live in the later years at Mark's house, right?
Isolated?
Well, that room's isolated. Mark's never even been in there. Did you hear that? Hardly.
Oh, he's been in there.
Really? You didn't hear him say that he really never went in Kacee's room when
He-
she lived there?
Yeah, he said he didn't go in there often, but I mean, he's been in there. Yeah, I mean, they all live downstairs together, she and Mark.
You're-
So, I mean, I don't know the isolated. I guess I don't understand the question.
I'm asking you about, as an investigator and everything, about whether or not it was clear that she was able to be in a position where she could come and go without really anyone knowing what was happening, right?
Yeah,
Engage in having things brought to the house or whatever, medical supplies, and still fooling Mark about whether she had cancer, right?
yes.
She's living with him, and I don't know, did we get to the point where you agreed that you heard that Mark claimed to believe that she was on hospice?
In the past, he had, yes.
Clearly about chemo treatments?
Yes.
She could do all that because no one was really paying attention to her living situation at that residence, right?
I don't know.
Well, she engaged in a robust drug transaction history with plenty of friends, including having them bring her pills, right?
Yes.
She went and met them out on the patio and did it.
Yes.
She did this for years.
Yes.
As you said, it was escalating.
Yes.
Don't you think that it helped her situation in doing all that to be in that living circumstance of a room downstairs with its own entry?
I really
That's
don't
where she was
know.
doing
I mean, Mark knew her friends were coming and going, so it's, I mean, he didn't know what they were doing, but he saw them come and go.
When attendant to the drug activity that is, we've established that you described as getting more aggressive, she was using her grandparents' Venmo or grandparents' credit cards and financial circumstance to give money and receive money from those people like Christian in her drug circle, right?
Yes, she was.
All right. So she was able, because of her connection to her grandparents, to rope in the use of their financial cards, as you just said, in connection with her more aggressive drug activity, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure where we were going with the state's position on what she was doing with those cards. But let's discuss it for a minute. I mean, do you remember that call that we played in open court where you're interviewing Meggan and you get the call from Mark?
Yes.
So that was the first interview with Meggan was the 19th? When was it?
15th.
15th, sorry.
16th.
So within a couple days, you're interviewing Meggan, and that's that call where Mark is calling about saying, hey, it looks like there's financial stuff going on with my grandparents.
Yes.
Right? And we played it in open court, but that's the one he said, if she thought we were going to find out, it would wipe her out.
Yes.
Right? And then he described on the witness stand that what that meant was mentally, like what it would mean to her and the family.
Yes.
Okay. And he even said he needed to tell you that because a recent meeting in their house was, he thought, very well could have been overheard, and Kacee would have known that they were looking into it, right?
Yes.
And he specifically said, because it would wipe her out, well, I don't know if he said it in that call. You know, and heard in open court, that even as in trial preparation for this case, Mark was open and honest and candid that he thought that could cause her to commit suicide, right?
Object to the characterization of the credibility of the witness.
Sure, I understand that objection.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
You heard Mark. You heard in.
I did. I don't remember him saying that specifically, but I
That
heard
he-
him up here, yes.
He continued in trial preparation to tell the state of Utah, not only about the theft stuff, but that that it could have, I think the words are, could have given Kacee a motive to commit suicide. Remember that?
In the trial prep?
Yeah, in trial, he admitted he told the prosecutors that weeks
Okay.
ago.
If that's what he said, I honestly don't remember. I apologize.
Oh,
P.
we get fined for every time we get that wrong. I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit P, okay? You recognize what that is?
Is it the APS report? I think it's the APS report.
APS is Adult Protective Services, correct?
Yes,
You had made some reference on direct examination to Adult Protective Services
yes,
being an investigative agency whose purpose is to investigate whether or not it's substantiated that theft occurred, right?
yes.
Okay, move for admission of defendants O.
Did you say no objection?
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
This says P on here.
B.
Court will receive defendant's exhibit P.
All right, let's continue to fill this picture out, because remember when Mark was calling you, you were already on to the fact that you had found evidence of the financial fraud, right?
Yes,
You had found bank statements that would, you characterized to Mark and Kay, were probably intercepted by Kacee and found in a room, right?
no, I found credit card statements, not bank statements.
Okay, sorry. I don't see the little difference. But credit card statements that were evidence that Kacee was intercepting the mail to perpetuate her continuing fraud, right?
Yes,
By the way, this fraud, according to the report, ended up being $68,000, right?
that's what she said. The information I had didn't match that, but
I-
that's what she came to. I didn't have all the information she had.
You weren't involved in doing the investigation, APS was, right?
Correct.
So what APS, the people who investigated, said it was about $68,000. Can we
Yes.
agree on that? And also when you, I think, tell me if I'm right about this, I'm working off memory. When you searched her car, you found further documents that would indicate she was intercepting mail to perpetuate the fraud.
We found medical bills for her.
At the end of, as this transpired, you would talk to Mark and Kay, especially, I'm not sure how much Kylie, about this theft and what could be done about it, right?
I talked to Mark.
Well, do you remember on the 19th, you're downstairs, Kylie's there, Kay's there, Mark's there. and
Oh,
you're-
yeah, Kay was there.
You're explaining to them that they should use your police investigation report when they tried to see if the banks could recover some money for them.
Yes, he needed a case number.
So, I mean, you wouldn't have done that unless you thought that the theft was real, right? You wouldn't have helped them try to get money back from a bank unless you thought the theft was real.
That's an interesting question because oftentimes we do get called for a case number for frauds that we don't investigate.
Maybe we'll end up having to play it. You didn't ever suggest to them that you questioned whatsoever that
No.
this. And you heard, did you hear Mark testify, or in the course of discussing things with him, that in fact this theft was ramping up?
Yes,
So we've got drug activity ramping up, we've got theft and fraud against the parents ramping up, towards the end of Casey's life, right?
Or grandparents, yes.
Grandparents. I did that even with Mark. Appreciate it. And, as we, I think, just established, they would be connected in terms of the bank records because the theft activity was in many ways connected to the drug activity. Venmo accounts and things like that.
Yes,
The Cabela's card.
yes,
That's the statement you found in the car, right?
in her room.
Was that in her room? So this stuff, drug activity's escalating, theft activity's escalating, and Mark agrees that she may have been turned on to that she was going to get caught within a week before the 12th. Do I have that right?
Yes,
I guess my point is that if she gets caught on the theft, she's going to get caught on the drugs. Think that's a reasonable likelihood? Can you follow me?
charges were through Venmo. I don't know that she would have had to say what they were for.
You interviewed Michelle eventually because she was part of it, because she's getting the money from Venmo too, right?
I think so.
It wouldn't have taken a lot of police work to connect the theft activity to the drug activity. You talk about it in your report.
I thought you were saying Mark would make that conclusion.
Oh, I'm sorry, no cops. This person is about to get caught, maybe, and maybe knew it according to Mark, committing drug offenses and theft offenses against her grandparents that had gone over time, all of which was escalating up to the point of August 12th. Can we agree on that?
Yes,
Let me move to the subject of this glucometer evidence.
It's 10, it's on there.
It's on there? It's on there. It's small. All right, so we have this Exhibit 10, and this is the glucometer evidence that was ultimately obtained by that glucometer that sort of stayed with Mark for a number of months and then was retrieved and reviewed on January 30th, right?
yes.
And the chart, this chart gets made by, I don't know if you made it, but
I made
you made the chart.
the data, not the chart. But yeah.
No, the data comes from,
Well, I wrote it all down, and someone else made the chart.
Okay.
So yeah.
that's it, my world. So, but the point is here's these glucometer readings in what says actual time. I think we established that's because there's a little bit of time difference between the monitor
Yes.
and the actual time means this is the time of day on the 12th. Right?
Yes.
And these go through these, and I want to talk a little bit about what this meant to you. Because, I mean, you didn't even realize until last July when I was questioning you that this 9/18 is before Meggan ever arrived.
I realized that.
Okay, so that's true, right?
Yes.
9/18. So this is evidence that Kacee set up, collected, somehow managed to get the glucometer into play, and was the one who was prepared to engage it in whatever suicide, attempt to suicide, fake suicide. She's the one who set up this circumstance, right? Don't you agree that?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And took a reading.
Yes.
And you, back to the medical evidence, heard Dr. Masteller say, from all the medical evidence as far as he could tell, including his records on Kacee, medical records, these numbers and this activity could have occurred. It's extraordinarily difficult to pinpoint when insulin went into Kacee's body. Is that fair?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, Masteller, this is the one in the chart that I used with him, looking at evidence, where he admitted even prior to 9/18, the ingestion of insulin could have resulted in the numbers that we see here. You heard him say that, right?
Yes.
Diane Allred, she treated, we heard from her, right? She's the nurse at the hospital.
Yes.
She treated Kacee after she went to the hospital on the 12th, right?
Yes.
You heard all about how she step by step was on the ball, knew all about what happened at the hospital, knew all the numbers, had a lot of experience with insulin and glucose and things like that, right?
Yes.
She also said that you can't tell from what she knew, she said, when Kacee might have gotten...
Objection, Diane Allred didn't talk about the chart.
Fair enough, I didn't use the chart.
Sustained as to the objection that Diane already used the chart.
I don't know if I said that, but I didn't mean you to say you chart. You heard Diane Allred testify about her observations of Kacee, the glucose monitoring and everything else, and what was done at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And admit that with all that knowledge, it would be very difficult to tell when exogenous insulin went into Kacee to cause what she saw, right?
I remember Masteller saying that. I don't remember her saying that
You
specifically.
remember, Diane, when I said, and it could have been before 9 o'clock in the morning, and she said yes?
I don't remember that.
All right, so we have this glucometer. I've already introduced to you basically the script, everything that was talked about in text setting up this event. And we have...
You mean this? I?
Yep, and as an
Yes.
investigative, you're the investigator, you're the detective, clearly showing that Kacee is setting up the circumstance of using the glucometer.
Yes.
Only reason to use the glucometer is if you're going to test blood for sugar.
Yep.
Kacee would have known that. You know that from the history of being in the family.
Yes.
She was issued her own glucometer by Masteller. We learned that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Kacee's got that set up before Meggan ever gets there, right?
Yes.
Now, Kacee had searched about and talked about preloading syringes in those text messages, which I'm calling the script, the plan for what's going to happen when Meggan gets there, right?
Yes.
So she's talking about kind of setting up a scene in that regard, right? Setting up preloaded syringes.
Yes.
She even talks about syringes she could use with her port, right?
Yes.
She never talks about a glucometer, does she?
No.
When Meggan gets there, it's fair to assume that she is now being introduced to the setting where Kacee has a glucometer, has already tested her blood, and has indicated to her that she's going to engage in ingesting insulin.
Yes.
And insulin syringes are found in the room,
Yes.
in the trash, in the Fanta box, where Kacee puts her garbage.
Yes.
And everything Casey's talking about is suicide.
Yes.
I want to turn to a subject, and I think, we'll see if you agree with me, can really sort of, is featured in a way in the second time you have contact with Meggan, okay? I think that was the 21st. And if you've got an outline, and I get these wrong,
I think it's the 21st. I think you're right. I can look.
let's talk about this turquoise box. Because what Meggan, well, what everybody, I mean, even Mark and Kylie talked about the fact that they understood that Kacee kept things in that turquoise box of interest. Fair to say?
Yes.
So now Meggan even said that her understanding is what things like power of attorney or DNAs and things like that might be a place she would keep it.
The DNR, yes.
DNR. And or somewhere like a binder. At one point, Meggan had said, like, I thought maybe there would be a binder. I looked around and didn't see any binder.
Yes.
And again, I'm reminded that turquoise box, one time Kacee took a picture of it and texted it to Meggan, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Do I remember when it was? No. It was a long time before. I think it was 2020. I think
That was way back.
it was way back.
Okay, so this turquoise box is represented to Meggan is for years about where things would be, right?
Yes.
Well, you don't know what she told Meggan about what would be in there, but one thing you learned was she said letters that Meggan should open and read when Kacee died.
Yes.
Other items, and of course you don't know for your investigation if this Kacee showed things that would be in there and then destroyed them, right?
Right.
But the box didn't have a DNR in it, right?
Correct.
Or these, we saw in Jorgensen's video when I was playing it, at least, I'm sorry, Jorgensen's of Robinson.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about that because, I mean, in Jorgensen's video, Robinson's taking pictures, right?
Yeah, I believe he took a picture of something.
That just got lost, right?
Yeah.
But I think that we're agreeing now, tell me investigatively if you agree, that what he took was a picture of an envelope. Well, he testified. An envelope with Meggan Sundwall's name on it, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Ultimately, you found that envelope, right?
Yes.
But you didn't find anything in it when you found it, right?
Correct. It was empty.
That turquoise box was gone through between Kacee being taken out of that room and you searching on the 14th, right? By
Wait, tell me the question again. Sorry.
on the 12th, she goes to the hospital.
Yes.
And we've already established that at some point on the 13th, you sealed it off with Mark. That was when
Yes.
the glucometer was shown.
Yes.
You put the tape
Yes.
on the tape on the door to seal a crime scene, right?
Yes.
Except for Mark needed to go in and get some.
Right.
Seems like a pretty upstanding guy. I'm not going to go whatever with him. But so you had him split the tape and then you had to put back together. But the point is that when you go back in the next day on the 14th to do your search, right?
Yes.
It doesn't look anything like it did when Osborne, Jorgensen, and Robinson left.
No, there were two totes on the bed.
Well, the turquoise box is on the bed.
Yeah, that's what the turquoise box and a tote were on the bed.
Now you were here and we saw the video where Osborne takes the turquoise box and puts it on the floor in front of the
Yes.
closet, right?
Yes.
But when you come in the room on the 14th, it's up on the bed.
Yes.
Is it open? We'll see it in a minute from your body camera. And then there's these totes and stuff up there.
Yes.
And you go through and do your best to determine what in all that paperwork and what in all that stuff would be of interest to you.
Yes.
Right? And
Yes.
then ultimately, I asked you to scan it all in last July, and you did, right?
Yes.
But in between, you being at the hospital for the first time, and then in between you going in with Mark to seal it off, and your 14th search, 814 search, family members had gone through that box, right?
Yes.
And family members had gone through that box specifically in reference to items that might be for Meggan, right?
They were looking for the DNR, was my understanding.
Well, we're going to then get to the interview you did, because what happened is you learned in the interview with Mark K. and Kylie. Thank you. Did you get my exhibit numbers right for me, too? In that interview, They actually huddled over a text from Kacee to Kylie. Do you remember that?
I think I was out of the room for that.
Bingo. They did it when you were out of the room. You didn't even know at the time that they were huddling and looking at a text. And it was a text that Kylie was showing to her other family members, right?
Yes,
A text that she said Kacee had sent her.
yes,
And Kacee was telling Kylie not to give certain things like my letters to Kacee. Don't give them to her, right?
yes.
Okay, so we now
To
know.
Meggan?
Excuse me? To
Yes,
Meggan.
Meggan. Yeah. Yes.
All right, let's try water.
Can I get a water?
Let's play it.
We'll get you some.
Thanks. Sorry.
You need water.
Yeah. Thanks.
This is not a water-friendly building. Get up. I'm going to tee up for your reference, and I'm going to ask you if you agree that I've got it right. The interview that you did with the three of them all together, that's on this subject.
Okay.
And it might have been some time since you reviewed that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, because this might help. But as we're doing that, I'll still ask you some questions. You do remember the point is that they are talking about supposedly Kacee's desire for them to take documents and not give them to Meggan, right?
I remember her saying something about not giving Meggan something.
And they're doing that because now we've got Kacee. This Kacee is texting her sister to do something. Now, she had told and even sent a picture to Meggan that she had things for Meggan to look at after Kacee died.
Yes.
Just for the witness, and we'll just put it on and pause it so she can identify.
I saw that, yes.
You saw it well enough. This is the camera in the interview room that you used, right?
Yes.
That's Mark on the left, Kylie in the middle, and Kay on the right, correct?
Yes.
This is the first formal interview. Is that fair to call it? First formal interview?
Yeah, it's the first time I met them, yes.
Is it the first time you met him? Mm-hmm. Okay. Because you had been at the hospital, but you were just trying to get the blood.
No, this was the morning after the 12th. This was the morning of the 13th.
Okay, so this is sort of the first thing you did.
Yes.
And I want to just play this to show on the subject of doing things in that box and keeping them away from Meggan. This is for illustrative purposes. I'm not necessarily seeking to send it back as an exhibit. Does the state have any objection to me playing this portion?
Ms. Thomas?
Yeah, sorry, Judge. No, we don't have any objection.
All right, we can play it.
And play it in the published form.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yeah, almost 50. Okay.
Let me go see if my sergeant's been watching this, because he
Can
might
you
have some
pause it real
questions.
quick?
Might not be.
We started right at almost 50. She's looking at her phone to look for text evidence, right? You recall that?
It looks like it, yes.
Do you remember it? I mean, I can
No,
back it up.
I don't
if
remember.
you want. You heard her say about 50? anyway, you did have her look, let's do it this way, you did have her look for evidence in the form of Kacee texts to her, right?
Yes.
And then you left the room, so you didn't see this part.
Okay.
So there's somebody behind that mirror right there.
Tell it's a window.
Yeah, I don't get how, I mean, I was in the kitchen downstairs yesterday making my breakfast shake, and Kacee came out. She was better than I'd seen her since before the knee replacement, and she let the dirty dishes pile up in the sink, and it started to stink, and I told her, that stinks, you need to get that cleaned up. She stood there next to me at the sink and did the dishes while I did my shake. And she just seemed better than she had been for a long time.
She called me on my birthday. And I hadn't talked to her for a while since before that.
Yeah, and she was talking about being able to get back, to work, doing the surveys and everything.
So Kacee wrote this. I just hate talking about this shit because it gives me anxiety because I'm scared of dying and I'm sick and I need to just come to terms with it. But they put me on hospice 4 years ago and I'm still here. All it's done is affect my mental health and it makes me feel like I'm in prison.
I just want to make sure here that we understand, this is Kacee talking to Kylie, right?
Yes.
Kylie's reading a text from Kacee to Kylie.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that was perfectly clear, but.
I'm losing my mind. And that's why it's hard to talk to Meggan because that's all she ever wants to talk about. I miss our friendship when we would go hang out and play and go shopping and do fun things and talk about normal stuff. And every time I try to talk about normal stuff, it's all about me being sick. And I'll ask her questions about how she's doing, about her life, and it's like she doesn't even respond. She just goes back to how I'm feeling and what's going on with my health.
Well, those papers that have in Kacee's handwriting, Meggan as the beneficiary on her life insurance, they're going to want to see those.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
I
it.
don't have
Okay.
it. I don't have the paper.
So at that point in time, Mark is describing some papers already, right?
Yes.
This is the first time you've seen him and met these people, and they're already talking about papers that were in the turquoise box, right?
Yes.
When she changed it over, she took a picture and sent it to me, and I can't find it. It had been changed.
Meggan kept wanting to come over and she's like, I don't know what to do. And then she said, Meggan then texted me and I didn't say anything back. And she said, if you want to respond with, hey, sorry, couldn't text you earlier. Let's see. I was super busy at work, and then just say I have no idea where Kacee's plans are for her funeral. I don't know if she ever went and changed it to be cremated. I just don't want you to tell her that I've been lying to her, or you can just let it be and not respond.
Okay, stop there.
Who was that? Was that from Meggan?
That's Kacee telling Kylie not to tell Meggan about lies, right?
About what?
About lies that she's been lying to her?
Yes.
All right.
That's from Kacee.
Oh,
And she says, just so you know. Okay, but she won't, I said, if she won't stop texting me, then I will respond that we talked about it and I know your wishes and that we will take care of it when the time comes. But she wants to be a part of the funeral too, which I'm okay with. She just doesn't get any money or letters that I wrote to her. So don't say you'll take care of it.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Just let it finish.
Just say, you know, I went to the funeral home and already made arrangements, but if I want to be cremated, I should probably go down there and change it. Would you come with me to do that so we can pick out jewelry? And then I would need to let them know that I'm going to have the city open up my mom and dad and put the rest of my ashes in with them, because when I arranged the funeral, I didn't have a plot yet, and I was supposed to get back to them.
that's one question. In Alpine,
Okay, you can stop.
those plots in,
So in the things that Kacee is texting to Kylie includes telling Kylie that she would like to make sure that Meggan doesn't get the letters and things. That's what you heard, right?
Yes.
And your understanding from the text and everything else were letters that would be in the turquoise box, right?
Yes.
Let's switch over and go to this. Now, we already saw on Jorgensen's camera that turquoise box was on the floor by the closet when they left the room and told Mark, don't let anyone go in there, right?
Yes.
And as you've already acknowledged, when you search it on the 14th and walk in there, I mean, people have been in there,
Yes.
including in the turquoise box.
Yes, I assume so. It was on the bed.
And the letters and the envelope addressed to Meggan is empty.
Yes.
Matter of fact, and when on the second time you talked to Meggan, she came over to the police station, right?
She came to the attorney's, the
I'm sorry,
Utah
the
County
U.S.
Attorney's
Attorney's
Office.
Office. She went into a room where you could record.
Yes.
The exhibit that the jury has is actually not from the recording or the video audio that was in the room, but from your handheld, right?
Yes.
On that subject, real quick, why do you call it a handheld recorder?
Because you hold it in your hand.
But it doesn't sound like you ever used it in your hand. Didn't you put it in a pocket or something?
It was usually either sitting on my my pad folio or in my pocket.
Okay, let's talk about the pocket, because the jury's going to hear a recording that's all ruffled and rustled. You would put the recorder in a place that nobody could see it, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess it was in a pocket.
And that's what you did when you first talked to Meggan, right?
Yes.
You did it even though you were in a room that records when Meggan came to ask the questions in interview too, right?
I don't know where I had it every time, if that's what you're asking. I had it every time. I don't know where I put it.
Yeah. Why didn't you use a body cam for any of that?
Because my body camera is on my my body armor.
Well, but it's your policy to, when you're doing any of this stuff, to use your body camera, right?
If you're on patrol, yes. If you're an investigator, you can use your handheld.
I mean, your own policy in Lone Peak Police Department, portable audio video recorders, policy number 449, you're aware of it, right?
Yes.
Policy doesn't make any exceptions for detective work versus police work, does it?
There's a portion in there that talks about carrying your recorder with you if you're, I thought it was an investigative, but it was, maybe it's, I don't know the wording. I'd have to look at it.
I want to be fair. Q? I'll show you what I'm marking as defendant's Q. Yeah, no, that's something. Instead of sort of going through your policy with you, back and forth here, I'm just going to show you something to ask if you recognize it as a Lone Peak Police Department policy regarding audio video reportable.
Am I allowed to show you where it states I can use a handheld
You're
or?
just going to have it, I'm about to admit it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Does that look right? I know they're not going to see the top part because the prosecutors emailed it to me and it has their email addresses. So before it goes back to the jury, we're going to redact those. But below that is the related policies, correct?
Yep.
Move for admission of Q.
Court received defendant's Q.
All right, let's just get back on track if we can with Meggan coming over. And when she comes over, she's saying, and the jury's going to hear it, they've got the recording, she's saying, hey, she's upset, right? Because she thinks that Kylie and the family are keeping things from her. Is that fair?
Yes.
She's asking if you guys can intercede, whether you could help.
Yes.
And what she wants is the things that she feels Kacee said she wanted her to have, right?
Yes.
Things from the turquoise box.
Yes.
Letters.
Yes.
That's when you say, and you use the plural, you say, we found envelopes, but they didn't have any letters in them. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there were multiple empty envelopes in there, just one addressed to Meggan.
Okay.
Well, with her name on it. not
With her
just-
one envelope with her name on it, we saw all that through Robinson, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
And so, she's upset about that. Now let's go to what, she was upset about that, right?
Yes.
The same meeting you told her for the first time that Kacee had been lying forever about cancer.
Yes.
I'm going to show you your body cam, because you did wear the body cam during searches, right?
Yes, with my body armor, yes.
Is it your testimony that you own that camera only attaches to body armor?
No.
Okay, when you brought up body armor and said you didn't use it when you were investigating, I didn't know if there was a reason. Like when you're doing detective work,
Yeah, I just use my handheld.
you can use a camera, though, is my point, right?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to just to the witness right now, see if you recognize this as your own body camera walking into the room on the 14th to search. Lincoln. Now these numbers at the bottom, and just to make sure we understand, these numbers at the bottom are upside down because you wore your body camera upside down, right?
Yeah, it falls off easily, so when you put it back on, yes, that's upside down.
But that was true of all the body camera you submitted, right?
Yes.
Right. I want to play what the room looks like when you walk in.
All right. Okay, we've got this. Sorry if I leave remnants here. on your door. This is.
You can just open it up, I'll scrape that stuff off.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're all sweating to
Right,
death
stop.
in this hall.
We just saw a walkthrough. There are multiple bins on the bed. The turquoise box is on there, and it's open, right?
Yes.
So to run through it again, Osborne puts it on the floor, leaves. You have an interview with the family during which they're talking about Casey's desire to remove documents and not give Meggan certain things, right?
Yes.
You know that they've been there in the intervening period. You testified about that, right? Before the 14th, they'd been in the room.
Yes.
And now you walk in, and it's clear that among the things that are in the room that are open, almost tossed, include the turquoise box, right?
It is open, yes.
Okay, we can take that down.
Gotcha.
Let's move to a grander sort of subject here. You kind of started it, describing the investigation as suicide, or what you call assisted suicide. It's called aiding suicide, right? That's the law called aiding suicide. I don't want to get technical, but there's a law, and it's about aiding suicide, right?
Yes.
And I wanted to bring that up because the state's already admitted recordings with an interview with Meggan that you and Special Agent Hales are talking to Meggan about her liabilities, and that you can't help someone and that you can't do something, et cetera, in connection with their suicide, right?
Yes.
That's what you meant by assisted suicide?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that in describing it, you would be interchangeable between aiding suicide and assisting suicide, meaning same thing when you bring those up?
Yes.
Okay. And you've already established that you know as a peace officer that there's no law that requires somebody to stop someone from committing suicide.
Correct.
Okay. So you're investigating, you said, in this case, in relation to, let's say, suicide for a minute. It's clear right through this trial that the state is putting on, and you are available to put on all sorts of evidence that suggests that Kacee wouldn't be committing suicide, right?
Can you ask that again?
Evidence about Kacee that she wasn't attempting suicide. That she wouldn't be someone who was going to attempt suicide that night, right?
I have evidence that she wasn't attempting suicide that night?
Yeah. Don't you think? I mean, she's out buying drugs. She meets Christian the night before to get pills, right?
Yes.
And there's all this talk. I mean, I don't want to be insensitive, but let's talk about the dog, that she had a dog she loved. She wouldn't want to leave, right?
Yes.
Except for you know that she had plans and had requested that the family cremate the dog when she died and the dog be buried with her, right?
Yes.
So either way, she's going to be somewhere with her dog. That's what she flat said, right? It cremated so I can be with my dog.
Yes.
Matter of fact, they did that, right? They cremated and buried it with her.
Yes, they did.
But she had talk about needs, plans, having a core, maybe having a job, things like that. I'm not going to ask you questions about suicide and what's in people's minds. Although I guess as a police officer, have you attended or had cases where you dealt with suicides?
Yes.
They come in for all sorts of reasons, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It can be when sometimes if you had suicide cases where the person who did it had a good job,
Yes.
had children,
Yes.
had plans for the future, like vacations or something.
I don't know.
And you can add in not only as your professional work, but in your personal life. I'll ask you if you know about these things. Now, I don't want to say the obvious, but sometimes people who commit suicide, the evidence is that they did what they could to look like they weren't going to, so they wouldn't get interdicted, they wouldn't get stopped from doing it, right?
I'm lucky enough to not know that in my personal life.
I wish I was. But one thing we do know is that we have, suicide would be an off-ramp. In other words, let me change that. That's argumentative. What we've already established is, for a long time, Kacee had talked about suicide, right?
Yes.
Talked about it with Meggan. We've been all over that for a long time. But she talked about it with Matt Steller, right?
Yes.
You know, she talked about it with Mark and with Kyle.
Yes.
She did bring it up with Michelle sometimes, didn't she?
Yes.
And here she is getting away with all this stuff, but we've agreed that drugs are escalating, theft is escalating, and Mark is afraid that if she found about that, even he thinks she might commit suicide, right? That's the evidence.
Yes, I still don't remember him saying that, but.
Oh, okay. Well, let's talk about fake suicide. All this evidence, all this unholy pact that Meggan and Kacee had through all these years, certainly Kacee never said, hey, I'm going to fake it, right?
No.
Certainly Kacee never said, hey, I bailed on it. I was going to, well, I tried, but I bailed on it, right?
No, I think she would say she fell asleep and stuff, but not bailed, no.
But I mean, she never said she intentionally stopped dying or terminated in a suicide that she was attempting, right?
I don't think so.
But I mean, it's Kacee, right? I don't think Kacee is a liar in relation to every single person she sees, every single person she talks to, right?
Yes, most people knew a different Kacee.
Yeah, the one that she decided to give him, right?
Yes.
There was an interesting point. Sorry, that's commentary. There was a point that Mark himself talked about the possibility that Kacee would have been maybe setting up a circumstance where she could sort of bail on the suicide attempt on the 12th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember Mark saying that.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's talk about Coke.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. He showed us the Coke in the fridge, and he said that she might use that if her blood sugar dropped too low.
So let's play it now that you remember it. You're going in to set it up. This was on the 19th when you were going to go pick up the Phantom box evidence, right?
Yes.
You were going to search the car and did.
Yes.
You went out, and we already saw the video. You went out and saw the Phantom box and stuff.
Yes.
Do you remember you also then talking about the theft and what the family could do to give case numbers and stuff?
Yeah, that was at the end of the day, yes.
At the end of it,
It
right?
was, yeah.
But and then let me set this up because this is already in evidence. We know that there was Coke bought the night before by Kacee, right?
Yes.
And we know it because of, I think, 34 and 35. We've got this grocery list, right?
Yes.
It looks like it has goodies and treats like Meggan described.
Yes.
Okay? And it also says Coke, red Coke. It's in evidence, but it says to make sure to buy the red Coke kind.
Yeah.
That has sugar in it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Not the zero Fanta that she's used to, right?
Correct.
Zero Fanta is not going to affect your blood sugar, right?
Right.
You need red Coke if you want to, for instance, reverse the trend of your glucose level or something sugary. Wouldn't it be Coke, right?
Yes.
Yes, the commercials all suggest that it will jolt you out of something, but sugar-wise, you go right in there, and Mark's talking about the fact that the fridge had Coke in it. Like a six-pack. You never showed it on a picture or your body camera or anything, right?
Oh, I believe we saw it. They're bottles. It's like a 6-pack of bottles.
Well, Hales looked in, but it didn't get captured on your body cam, right? We don't know what it looked like, but did you ever see it?
I thought I did, yes. I thought it was bottles. I thought it was a 6-pack of bottles.
It was a 6-pack of bottles, and at that time, Mark doesn't know that there's a grocery list and that she bought it. And as a matter of fact, there's a text from Kacee in the script that it discusses it, where Kacee tells Meggan before she's even coming over that morning, hey, I got you Coke.
Yes.
All right. there's Coke in there, and here's the interest to Mark. Mark notes that the Coke, one of the Cokes is pulled out of the plastic that holds the six-pack together, right?
No, I don't remember that. I thought it was a cardboard box with 6 bottles in it. So maybe my memory is off.
No, it's fair. I don't get to know. You didn't take any pictures of it or anything. But let's play the portion of your body cam. And lastly, the significance that Mark thought when he saw that was that, first of all, if Kacee wanted to reverse the trend on her blood glucose, she could go drink the Coke, right?
That's what he said, yes.
And he said he thinks it's interesting that one is pulled out, but because Kacee might be jittery or under the influence or in hypoglycemic and feel like she might not be able to pull it out of the plastic if she's going to use it to reverse her glucose, right?
Yeah, I guess I missed that part.
Well, let's play it.
That Fanta drink is what she drank.
Stop there. That's
She never, ever
Sergeant
drank.
Special Agent Hales, right? In
Yes.
the red shirt, red and gray with the stripe.
Yes.
And Mark, of course, showing Special Agent Hales didn't work for your office. He never wore a body camera, right? As far as you know.
No, I don't think so.
That Fanta drink is what she drank, and she never ever drank regular Coke. And this shows up in the fridge, and what I'm thinking is that if she had planned to do this, this was her backup plan. If she had injected herself with the insulin and then changed her mind, this Coke was here to,
Is it being published?
Reverse it.
yep. So that's
My
just
fault.
my guess, because she
All
never
right,
bought
stop. Pause
regular
it.
Coke.
Lawyer error. Do you recognize this as representing this scene that we've been talking about?
Yes.
All right. I'll bet everyone was confused when I was pointing out the color of Special Agent shirt. I'm going to turn it back to the start, and I'm offering for this illustrative purposes. As a matter of fact, now I'm going to move for this clip to be admitted as defendants are.
Ms. Thomas?
Judge, Mark testified. They had the opportunity to ask Mark about it. At this point, what he thought it was for is speculative.
Your Honor, she's talking about an investigation that includes possible suicide, possible assisted suicide, showing that she has evidence that it would be part of a fake suicide that this clip goes to. It's all part of the investigative activity, therefore it's not hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And in terms of Mark, I could recall him. That doesn't seem to me to make sense, but if that's what the state wants.
My objection isn't hearsay, sorry if I wasn't clear. It's that Mark is speculating in that particular video about what that Coke may or may not mean. And in fact, we've had evidence already introduced that the Coke was there for Meggan.
Well, they can argue that, but this is evidence available to an officer who said she's investigating the various things that might have happened in connection with the 12.
For that purpose, I'll overrule the objection. You can play it and I'll receive it.
And that was Q.
R.
That was R. And seek to publish it.
May.
Oh, yes, play it. Please. It's published.
That Fanta drink is what she drank, and she never ever drank regular Coke. And this shows up in the fridge, and what I'm thinking is that if she had planned to do this, this was her backup plan. If she had injected herself with the insulin and then changed her mind, this Coke was here to,
Reverse it.
yep. So that's just my guess, because she never bought regular Coke before, and all of a sudden this shows up.
Okay.
And she pulled some, I'm guessing it was her, but pulled one out of here, so it was ready to go, because, you know, if your blood sugar crashes, sometimes you're not coherent to the point that you could actually pull that out of there.
Yeah. Okay.
The government, went through, I don't know how many, it seems like, I'm not going through all the text, but as admitted, something like 100 text exchange. I don't want to go through and put those all in their context. I just want to do a specific example. I'm going to take I'm going to take State's Exhibit, I don't have it ready, 57. I am now, thanks. I was just about to ask. If you could pull up State's Exhibit 57, it's just a text string. All right, so this, and it's, can we publish it? Oh, it's published. This is one of the texts that they pulled up from April 8th, 2024, right?
Yes.
Starts with, I have had the strongest feeling, ... goes on, right?
Yes.
Then can we scroll through it slowly? Let's just pick out, sorry I didn't see your text is one of the things. I hope you have a good night at work is one of the bubbles, right?
Yes.
Sneak into the bathroom and take extra talk we're seeing, and things from Kacee back. I will, just trying to identify some of the content in this Exhibit 57 by the state. Scrolling all the way, let's just do a couple more pages. That's page 2, it looks like, over in the bottom right. We're going to go through, hope this is your time. Kacee gets some rest, sweets, about the time to go, time to die, right?
Are you asking me? Yes.
Blessings, here's one with, she's talking about the blessings. This is your time, go home. This was selected, right?
Yes.
Going down to the very last one. Ending in, you know I love you, from Meg to Kacee. You gotta let go of me and go home, right?
Yes.
Now I want to now address you to something else. if we could take that down and show from the podium to only the witness and the state. See that in blue, that is, do you recognize this as a different form of, well, this is the extraction report that you look at, right?
I don't recognize that format, but it looks like a extraction format, yes.
And you were given extraction reports. I'm not saying you were given this one, I presume you were, but if you didn't, this looks like extraction reports that Sightseeing was able to give you, right?
Yeah, I don't recognize this format, but yes.
Okay. And if you look at it, it matches at least documenting the text messages back and forth from Kacee to Meggan and vice versa, right?
Yes.
And the very first one on this that is highlighted in blue is, I have had the strongest ... right?
Yes.
That's the first text in State's Exhibit 57, right?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and scroll down to the bottom, very bottom of what I'm showing you. Oh, it's on my computer, dummy. I'm going to scroll to the bottom, and you see text number 20,971 that says, "You know I love you, the biggest, you've got to let go of me and go home."
Yes.
Blue, that is the last text on State's Exhibit 57, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask to publish what is on my screen that you've identified for illustrative purposes, Your Honor.
No objection. She didn't identify it. She said she doesn't recognize this format.
It does the
No way to verify that this is accurately representative of the Celebrate. If he wants to use the Celebrate, that would be fine.
So, and we can talk about it at the bench. This is what was given in discovery. This is an extraction report. It was testified to about. It's got the content, this witness has just said, of State's 57 that is highlighted in blue.
And this has already been received, is that correct?
It is not. This is a report that's going to show all the things that were left out of Exhibit 57.
The witness just testified she does not recognize this format.
And said it just does have the content, though, and that it's messages back and forth between them.
She did say she sees the text that were in the other exhibit that are contained in this.
And I'm only going to talk about text, no other data in here.
But my point is, Judge, that there's no way to verify that what is appearing in this document as the text that are not in 150 or whatever 57 has been accurately pulled from Celebrate, because this is not a Celebrate format.
It is, and it goes to wait.
Yeah, for that purpose, I'll allow it. Objection overruled.
We published this report.
You may.
All right, we already established that highlighted in blue, as we went through State's 57, are what the jury got out of State 57. There's two missing here that are talking about the communications, right? And then we have the assume you got your meds and went to bed. That was in State's 57. And we got through this blue, but then nothing else like I love you big Kacee girl, the text 20,829, that's not in State's 57, is it?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
No.
More stuff in here is happening about nurses and all that back and forth about the subject of Kacee continuing to push the pain and the need to die and going, here's one, plan, I've been throwing up blood all morning and and have nausea. So the nurse has been trying to get a hold of the pharmacy and bring me more IV, promethazine and stuff. Do you see that one, 20,839? The big one in the middle,
836, yes.
836. This is highlighted in orange. It is not in Exhibit 57. She's talking about having a rough day, throwing up blood and stuff again, right?
Yes.
Also not in is this 20,844 that talks about praying
Correct.
and asking Meggan to just keep praying, right? I just keep praying, right?
Yes.
This is the, if I promise you I pass, they will call you first thing. She's telling her if she dies, Meggan will be the first one to call, right?
I believe she's talking about one of the nurses calling Meggan, isn't she?
But I promise, oh, you think that that's an outgoing is the nurse?
She's saying that if I die, the nurse will call you.
Okay. So they're talking about the imminent potential of death, right?
Yes.
And then, going through all these, more talk about past there. Talk about if you need me, let me know, Kacee, right? Sorry, I might have moved off that too fast.
Yes.
I'm here if you need me. That's that common theme we talked about. She would offer to come, but she didn't say she's on her way, right?
Not in that one, no.
In some, she said, I'll help. She described in her interview that she meant was be there for her, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't
in the
remember talking
interview.
about that word even in the third interview?
Oh, in the third interview. Yeah, she said that she said she would help her with a lot of things, I believe is what she said.
And it would help her if she was present, that it would help Kacee by being present, right?
She didn't tell me that.
Well, the jury has the recording. Going through these messages that aren't in the exhibit. 2009-19, not an exhibit, is Kacee again thanking her for checking in all the time and being there for me, right?
Yes.
This is just opposite of what she's telling the family, that Meggan's always bothering her about dying, and she tries to avoid Meggan, right?
Yes.
Meggan, say I'm here for you always. I'll scroll down here. This is one that's outgoing from Meggan. I'm sorry, outgoing to Meggan, right? It says, I wish I was still living with you. Right?
Yes.
Talking about if she's dying alone and doesn't want Meggan to think she broke her promise to be with her when she died, right? Meggan, I promised you again and again and again I wouldn't make you do this alone. I feel like I've let you down and broken my promise. Let you die is what they're talking about, right?
I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry.
This is all in the context of her dying, right? That was the purpose of, that was the content of States 57. Do you recall? Do you?
I'm trying to read it.
Oh, sorry.
It just says, I feel like I've let you down and broken my promise to you. I'm not sure what she is referring to. Are you saying they're talking about Meggan not being there for her suicide?
I promised you again and again I wouldn't make you do this alone. The constant conversation they're having is that this is die by suicide, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that she's let her down by not being there.
Yeah?
Okay. Now, this is a part that's left out I want to address to you, because this is, I'm going to have you look at the highlighted portion and just look at it and read it to yourself for a second. Because I know it's published. She talks about a Kate being alive and being close to dying, right?
Yes.
Now she's addressing to Meggan that she's been in a circumstance where she was around somebody or was talking to somebody about dying.
Yes.
And talking to her about that this person, she told her she could see her dad and grandpa in the room as she died, as she thought she was dying. Right?
Kate. When Kate?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know who Kate is?
I have no idea who Kate is.
So this could be just some fake, right?
As far as I know, I don't know.
But she is addressing specifically being in the room even when the person who's dying isn't conscious. Yeah, I'll try that because in the dreams it almost seems like they are coming to get me. They're so hard to explain because they're so weird, but they feel so real. But was she in and out of it? Says Meggan, asking about in or out of death, right? Or was she completely with it? I know my dad has seen people in the room when they are about to go home. That is not very typical, right? And she says back that she had learned that even when you're in a coma, she could hear me at the hospital talking to her. And she tried everything she could to let me know she could hear me. But she physically couldn't move her body to let me know. That's what Kacee is talking to Meggan about, even being there for her, for someone, when they're unconscious. Right?
In that text, I think in the other one she was referring to spirits in the room.
Right, so a bunch of spiritual
Yeah.
stuff, being there, being present when someone is dying, even when it's apparent that they're in a coma or unconscious, right?
Yeah, she's saying that that's what Kate said.
All right. We can take that down. Good. Oh, yes, I am. All right, I just want to return then to your investigative theme. I want to turn to, I think, what you've acknowledged, that you started with Meggan Sundwall in this investigation, in this case, telling her that even though she made herself look really bad in texts and interviews and deleting texts, the case had to be proven with evidence.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I've got a clip of some of the things you said. They would come in the third interview that is already in evidence that the jury will ultimately be able to hear in total.
Council table.
Sorry. Here we go. Don't know why there's no sound.
Kacee had a problem with the truth.
You recognize that as
Fair enough.
Special Agent Hale's voice?
Yes, I do.
Like, Kylie made it clear enough, and that's been one hard thing for me, is because I have been so involved in Casey's life, that when Kylie made those, I don't know if you'd say threats, but she made it very clear that if I didn't leave and I didn't get out, that she would call the police. Because I don't want to look like what Kylie is accusing me of. She said, I know that you gave her something to kill her, and I'm going to find out what it is, and I'm going to destroy you. And I said, what are you talking about? She said, Kacee told me that you have in the past. And I had, which obviously she did, but, I mean, what would I poison her with? Arsenic, or, I mean, this is, I'm sorry, but this makes me angry. But implying doesn't prove anything.
You went over to her house specifically on the 12th because this was the plan to end her life with insulin. Text messages don't lie.
Well, right, of course I'm going to delete messages when Kylie tells me that she believes that I poisoned her sister and that she's going to find out what I did and make me pay. But that doesn't mean I helped her. Like, she had told me, I mean, have you read our text messages where she says, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, you're my best friend,
Yes.
I mean, that is the person that I thought I was for her. Obviously I wasn't. But I'm not looking at it, when I'm in this situation, I'm not looking at it as like, oh, I need to protect myself from the law because I didn't think that that's what the situation was. Like, that is not, I know that would be your go-to, what you would think, but not me. And obviously, has this changed everything? Yeah.
Perception. That's all it is perception.
Like, because I don't want Kylie to ever, I mean, that scared me. It scared me when Kylie threatened me like that. I mean, wouldn't you think so?
Yeah.
Like
Did you inject insulin into the port on August the 12th while you were there?
No, I
Yes
did
or no?
not.
Okay. If in your mind, if you thought there was this other thing, you wanted to relieve her of her misery, you can't do that. You only never watch a movie. Clear it. And let's be honest. You were there. You knew this was the end. This was going to be your last day.
I was there to spend time with her on her last day.
Yeah. So, and that goes back to that very blunt question I asked you. And you said no. That's great. But if there's evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem. Fair enough? And if there's not, I'll ride off into the sunset. And if we can prove through evidence that you did,
Oh, it's terrible that, from your point of view, right? Like, I mean, you trusted her, she was your best friend, and this is what's happening. And I don't even know what to say about it. Like, none of us do, you know? Like, it's all shocking.
the next stage of this is going to be waiting for evidence. And there's nothing, I don't know how to make it any softer.
That's August 29th, right?
Yes.
When the government charged her and you arrested her nearly 8 months later, didn't have any DNA, right?
No.
Any DNA that incriminated her, right?
No,
You didn't have any fingerprints that incriminate her, correct?
no,
You didn't have any medical doctor on the 20th. You didn't even have Masteller's records yet, right?
no,
You had no expert or medical doctor that had told you that they could determine by this chart that any insulin was given to her after she would be unconscious, right?
no.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Do you need a break?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I don't know if they do.
Are we okay, Judge? Keep going?
Yeah, we can go for a little bit.
Okay.
Does anybody on the jury need a quick break? All right, we'll keep going for a little bit.
Mr. Williams just ended with, you had no DNA, no fingerprints, no medical opinion. What did you have?
I had a lot of timeline information and text information.
And texts are evidence, correct?
Yes.
Our texts, what did you consider to be evidence? Sorry, I'll let the judge rule on the objection.
If you could re-ask the question.
Thank you, Judge.
The phone,
Let me
the
ask,
forensic.
let me re-ask the
Okay.
question. What evidence did you have?
The forensic download of the phones.
You had her presence at the scene where this happened as well, right?
Yes.
You had evidence of motive and opportunity.
Yes.
Let me go back. I'm going to sort of follow Mr. Williams' process as he went through. So this will harken back to this morning. He had asked you about the ME's, the medical examiner's determination that this manner of death was undetermined. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes.
And it was also fair to say undetermined in your own mind when you started this investigation.
Yes.
Sustained.
What was the status of your mind when you started this investigation?
When I started the investigation, it appeared to those on scene that it was either suicide or foul play, so I started from there.
And what did you have that the ME did not have that changed the direction of your investigation?
Ms. Thomas?
She's been here throughout. She heard what the ME testified to him receiving and reviewing in preparation for his report. And she knows what investigation happened after the ME's report was written and communicated.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
I had interviewed people that he had not interviewed. I had gone through both phones very thoroughly and found information in there that steered the direction of the investigation.
How much of the text messages did the medical examiner have when he wrote his report?
I don't believe he had any.
what's in his file, she's gonna know. If she does, that would be lay the foundation.
The medical examiner testified to what he had, and he testified that he did not have any of the text messages.
The question is what she knew about what was in his file.
That's correct. I'll sustain the objection.
Were you aware of whether the medical examiner had been provided by you as the investigator with any of the text messages that were involved in this particular case?
No.
No, you're not aware? Or-
No, he did not.
Thank you. You testified with Mr. Williams that suicide was mentioned throughout the messages between Meggan and Kacee.
Yes.
Was the word suicide used between them?
I don't think it was often. If it was, it wasn't a lot.
What was more often used to describe their descriptions or their conversations about death?
It was more like, let yourself go home, or I want to go home, those types of things.
Okay. And how many of those types of conversations also appeared in other messages that you reviewed from other people other than Meggan?
None.
Sorry, I'm just trying to cut this down so we're not here all afternoon. The last thing that Mr. Williams played was Richard Hales, Special Agent Hales, saying if there was no proof, he would write off into the sunset. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
What does proof include?
Forensic evidence of the electronics.
And
Circumstantial evidence.
I'm trying to interpret my notes, I'm sorry, to be... Let's talk a bit about, he asked you questions about the search of the house and the timing and the flood and that whole sequence of events.
Okay.
You recall those questions?
Yes.
Your search of the room, of Kacee's room, was on August 14th, correct?
Yes.
And Kacee died on August 15th?
Yes.
Why on August 14th did you search only her room?
Because she was still alive.
And what difference does that make?
She has rights. She was paying rent. If she had just been living there without contributing to the household, we could have just received consent. But because she was paying rent, she has certain rights, and we needed a warrant.
Consent from whom?
The homeowner.
All right. So in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, can other people consent to a search of someone else's areas while that person is incapacitated?
As far as, I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And in order to get a warrant to search anybody's areas of a home, what do you have to establish in order to get that warrant?
You have to have probable cause, send that through to the judge, and the judge has to agree with you and sign the warrant.
Okay, what does probable cause mean?
It means
I'm asking in her experience as a law enforcement officer what she has to establish in order to obtain a warrant.
It's not her decision, so it's the legal conclusion made by a judge.
I'm just wondering where we're going with this.
There were questions about why she didn't search Kyle's/Mark's room, and I'm wondering if there was any probable cause to have obtained a warrant in order to search Kyle's/Mark's room.
That's just going down the rabbit hole. What would have been a legal conclusion, a legal determination? We're going to get into whether or not she's correct, whether or not she can gain consent, which I thought I asked her about.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Thank you. And we talked about the Fanta box that was in the trash with items of interest inside of it, correct?
yes.
And what in your, okay, as I recall, you received that box from Mark after he found it on August 18th,
Yes, received the items, yes.
and you got it from him on August 19th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what, Mr. Williams asked you a lot of questions about, there could have been fingerprints on the box. It wasn't collected, it was put in the trash.
Yes.
What was important about the box, the Fanta box?
What was important about the box?
Right.
I didn't collect the box. I don't know.
What could it have told you had you collected it?
It could have had fingerprints on it, I suppose.
All right, the fingerprints of the person that threw it away.
Yes.
Does it tell you anything to not have the box?
Overruled.
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Does it tell you anything to not have the box?
No.
What reason would Kacee have to hide her trash inside that box? Did you get any indication of that from when you talked to Mark?
It does. I'll sustain it.
I want to talk about Exhibit K. Sorry, that may be the wrong one. Let me actually first start with, we could show 175, please. Okay, it's going to say. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a chart I made to show that the Lone Peak Police Department has an item number. There's an exhibit number that the court places on the item. The crime lab has a number for that same item, and then the FBI had an additional number. So each thing has at least 3 numbers.
All right, and why did you prepare this?
So that it would be a little more clear for the jury when they were looking through the evidence.
As to what item from which agency came from what location?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 175.
Go ahead.
When did you prepare this?
It was Monday.
Did anybody assist you in preparing that?
No.
State moves to admit Exhibit 175.
Court receive states 175.
Okay, so let's turn to Exhibit N. which is a paper document, but we do have it in a documentary format for the jury. And we agree that is the same thing you've marked as exhibit in?
Yes.
All right,
That can be published.
thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, please. And further down, under, okay, please stop. Under methods of analysis, well, I'm sorry, can we go back up to the items submitted? So items under agency item 20 were what?
The items in the Fanta box.
All right, that included both the syringe and the glass vial.
Yes.
All right, and the crime lab then gave those items its own numbers, correct?
Yes.
And that was what was reflected on your chart?
Yes.
All right, now if we could scroll down to results. Okay, it says the cuttings of the swabs from the syringe, which is Q1.1.1.1, did find that it would likely that it originated from Kacee Terry, correct?
Yes.
And it provides limited support for the proposition that Kacee Lynn Terry is a contributor to that DNA profile.
Yes.
So it's not definitive, it's limited support for that finding.
Yes.
All right, and then if we continue to scroll down, please. Under disposition of evidence, oops, sorry. Can we go back up again? Under methods of analysis, could you read that third line down for us?
No DNA was detected on the following sample, therefore no further testing was conducted.
And what was the sample they're referring to?
The cuttings of swabs of glass vial.
So there is no DNA found on the glass vial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We can take that down, thank you. Mr. Williams talked to you about Kacee's unlawful use of medications, prescription pills, trading them with other people.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Was there, what in your, well, let me back up and try this a different way. As a member of the Lone Peak Police Department, are you aware of other investigations going on in your agency?
Yes.
Was there any investigation going on at any point up until August 12th of 2024 investigating Kacee Terry?
Overruled.
No.
And those text messages that he referred to where she was trading different pills with different people, including Christian Clements. Those are all pills, well, let me rephrase that. What pills could be and are frequently used to die by suicide as in your experience as a law enforcement officer?
Let's lay some more foundation then.
You had testified previously with Mr. Williams that you had experienced, or not experienced, but investigated, been involved in a law enforcement perspective with acts of suicide, correct?
Yes.
And have some of those been from overdoses?
Yes.
In your experience as a law enforcement officer, what types of substances are used for overdoses?
A lot of times it's anything that they have at hand.
Would that include oxycodone?
Yes.
Would that include Xanax?
I don't know.
Okay, not in your experience,
Not in my experience.
but oxycodone.
Yes.
Mr. Williams introduced the APS report of the financial reported thefts from Kacee. And that report reflects $68,000. Is that accurate?
Yes,
What did-
68,800 and something, I think.
Okay, what did Mark report to you is missing?
1,700.
He talked about the insulin syringe that was found in the Fanta box was being in Kacee's garbage out on the patio. Do you recall that?
Yes.
On August 12th, 2024, who else had access and was known to go to and from that patio during that day?
Meggan.
She went in, she went out, she took out the dog.
Yes,
correct?
she told us she walked the dog several times.
And,
Or took the dog out several times.
and who had access to that turquoise box during that entire day on August 12th, 2024?
Meggan.
Mr. Williams introduced a copy of the Lone Peak Police Department policies, but didn't let you tell him where it talks about body worn versus handheld.
Yes.
Can you find that for us and read it?
Any member assigned to a non-uniformed position may carry an approved portable recorder at any time the member believes that such a device may be useful.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Williams referred to he played a clip about the Coke in the fridge and Mark finding it there and showing it to you that day. You recall that?
Yes.
What did Meggan say in her interviews with you about the Coke in the fridge?
She said that Kacee bought the Coke for her.
Did she say anything about whether she had taken any?
No. She said that she had brought a drink with her.
All right.
And I think she said that she didn't need it because she had brought a drink with her.
And one of the last things Mr. Williams did was go through texts that he said were missing from Exhibit 57 specifically. Did you happen to know where Exhibit 57, what time of day that starts?
No, I didn't notice.
Can we show that?
It looked like it was over several days, though. Starts on April 8th, 2024
At what time?
at 7:44 p.m.
And can you please show us your Exhibit R?
You're asking defense to show it?
Yes, the exhibit they introduced. Can you just pull it up for us, please?
It's coming up.
Well, scroll to where you said all
can
of
be
those texts were excluded. Sorry, Judge?
You want it published, right?
Yes, please.
So we didn't receive this, it was for illustrative purposes, correct?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think that's correct.
I can move it in, Your Honor. We'll do so now.
No, I'm going to object to moving it in, but let's go ahead and scroll down to where you, okay, then we can take it off the publishing, and I can ask her about the time.
It's been published, I think it can be published as I'll talk later.
Yeah, it's been published before. You can go through it, Ms. Thomas.
Okay.
I'll scroll at your request.
Show us where you claimed the messages were excluded from Exhibit 57, please. Yes.
Everything that is not other than blue.
Okay,
There's
you,
137.
all right. Thank you. That's sufficient. And
Take it down?
you can take it down. So there were 137 texts conceivably that were not included in Exhibit 57, correct?
Yes, were there 157 total or 157 excluded? I didn't understand what.
Well, that's what Mr. Williams just told us, that there were 157. Sorry, I've mixed up my numbers. 137.
137 texts in that thread?
Missing.
Missing, okay,
Missing
yes,
from Exhibit 57.
okay,
All right, so we didn't read an additional 137 texts
correct.
from that day. How many total texts were there that you received?
28,880.
And if Mr. Williams is correct that there's about 100, that means there are how many that were not read to the jury?
Are you expecting me to do math right now? 100 out of the 137?
100 out of the 28,880.
Oh, sorry, 28,780.
Okay. You had, Mr. Williams asked you if it was illegal to be at a suicide. You recall that?
I do.
And your answer?
I don't think it is.
It's not illegal to attend a suicide.
Correct.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 53, please? After reviewing that text message, what does that say to you about whether she's attending or doing something else?
Objection, this calls for no confusion, Your Honor. It's argument.
Ms. Thomas?
Judge, it's the defendant's own words in a text. I'm just asking why it was relevant to the officer.
That's not what was asked.
Okay, I'll re-ask it.
Please do.
What was relevant to you about this text?
The last sentence.
And what was the last sentence?
You won't be able to do it alone.
All right, can we look at Exhibit 60, please? Keep scrolling down. Wait, you're going too fast. Okay, keep going. Okay, go down to the third from the bottom, please. keep going up a little bit more. Up, thank you. Okay, what was significant to you about this part of the exchange?
Kacee is telling her that Meggan can give it to her after she falls asleep. And Meggan says, "You won't even know, Case."
Okay. And, oops, did I lose my notes? Could we take a look at Exhibit 70, please? The last one.
Meggan says, "Do you want me to come over and do it?"
And they were talking about what specifically?
I believe putting all of her meds into her port.
Okay. And why was that significant to you?
Because Meggan's offering to do it for her.
Okay, Exhibit 133, please. We could look at the, I think it's the third one down. Okay, stop. Would you read that one, please?
The one that starts with "How did?"
Yes.
"How did I not see this message? Dang it. I'm so sorry, Case. Honestly, I think with the insulin, someone, should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give you doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass."
135.
Counsel, are these new text messages that are being read, or are we treading the same ground?
We're reviewing messages that were introduced during her testimony in the context that she was crossed on.
So we're treading a lot of the same ground, it feels like. I'm
There's-
really worried about time. I'm gonna let
There's
you
just
do
two
it.
more.
I'm gonna let you do it, but
I understand,
you
Judge,
gotta,
there's just
gotta
two
keep
more.
moving.
Okay, there's just two more. All right, and what did they say on this one? What did
Meggan
Meggan say?
says, "Case, can you get the insulin? They are keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works."
All right, and the last one is 137. The second one.
"Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?"
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
I guess Ms. Thomas has laid it out. Attending a circumstance where somebody caused their own death, not illegal. That's what you said, right?
Yes,
Being present, not illegal, right?
correct.
You're investigating whether or not Meggan Sundwall did something to cause death, fair enough?
Yes,
And you saw over the course of 4 years and 28,000 texts and discussions between the two of them that there are times that she would suggest help, whatever that meant, right?
yes,
some other more descriptive, over 4 years, right?
Yes,
The 4 years that Kacee kept living.
yes,
So when you wanted to find out whether she did something, those messages, you said, what's your evidence? The forensic evidence of the phones. Those messages and are circumstantial evidence. Is that what you said?
yes,
But when you talked to her, and we heard the discussion with you and Special Agent Hales talking about having to prove she did something, right?
yes,
If it happened to be that she didn't need to, then it wouldn't be a crime, right?
that she didn't need to what?
That she didn't need to help, that Kacee did something to herself that caused her death, right?
I'm going to object that this is calling for a legal conclusion.
Talking about the nature of her investigative evidence and what she had.
As was I.
I'll allow it.
Can you re-ask?
That if it turns out that Kacee died by only things that she did to herself, suicide, fake suicide, but things she did only to herself, that Meggan didn't do, and it happened to be the case that she died, Kacee, from what she did, then you don't have your crime, right?
Can you reword it?
If Kacee did whatever caused her death to herself, then no crime, right?
Correct.
And so as you investigated, we just went over this, what you could do, what you told her as early as August 29th, that you would, the kind of things you would do to try to prove that she did something in that room was DNA that didn't come back to her, right?
Yes,
Was fingerprints that didn't come back to her, etc. All that evidence that you did to try to prove that she did something, did not prove it. It didn't have any positive proof, right?
Object to the final conclusion of that particular question.
Sustained.
All those things you did not prove what you told her you were going to go prove.
Objection, it's the same
It-
question.
It is.
Okay, you told me you were going to prove that she did something when you're in the interview, and that's what you went about trying to do, is come up with some proof that she did something.
Judge, this is the same question.
It is.
But what's objectionable about it?
You are leading to the legal conclusion that is the province of the jury.
Talked about her investigation, just now read that.
And she's already testified as to those answers. You asked the question in cross already, and now we're just reinforcing it. And you got your answer.
Thank you. I did. Appreciate it.
You can step down.
thank you.
We've been going for over 2 hours. We're going to take our afternoon break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, let's come back at 20 till. 20 till.
All
We'll be in
rise.
recess.
All rise for this jury.
You please be seated. We'll go back on the record on case 251401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. State ready with their next witness?
Yes, Judge, the state calls Kacee Tanner.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir. We'll get you sworn in. Come right up here.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Come on up here, sir, and have a seat. We appreciate you being here.
Well, thank you.
If you can make sure you keep that mic in front of you at all times, we can make a good record and we'll all be able to hear.
Okay.
Where we run into trouble if people start kind of wandering, and I may remind you that.
Sounds good to
being
me.
here. Counsel.
You can state and spell your name for the record.
Yeah, it's Kacee Tanner, CaseYTanner.
Sorry, obviously, we're dealing with a few people named Kacee here, so that's why I wanted to get the spelling of your name correctly.
Yep.
Did you know Kacee Terry?
Yes,
How did you know her?
I married her.
I'll start back further in time. You don't have to give me exact dates if you don't remember, but do you know about the year that you guys met, you and Kacee?
Maybe 2004, 5?
2004 or 5?
I think so. I think my son was like 1 or 2.
How did you meet Kacee?
Got out of the shower and she was standing in my front yard.
Probably a lot to that story. Did you guys hit it off pretty immediately, or what was your relationship like at the beginning?
Yeah, she was a cool lady. Yeah, we had fun and then hung out and then got married.
Do you remember what year you got married? The first time?
No.
Could you give me a ballpark, or you just don't have much of a memory?
We had ugly orange chairs for the wedding, so it was around Halloween or Thanksgiving.
Okay.
That was all I remember.
You don't remember the year, though? If you would have met her in 2004, 2005, does that help orient you in time, or you still not get over?
Yeah, I still don't remember.
Did you remain married to Kacee?
Yes.
Did you ever divorce Kacee?
Yeah, we got divorced a couple of times.
Okay, I want to talk about the first divorce. Do you remember what year that may have been?
Nope.
Do you remember so you mentioned getting divorced a couple of times, so I'm assuming you got married a couple of times to Kacee.
Yes.
How many times total were you married to Kacee?
I got married I thought 3 times, but we only have 2 marriage certificates, so I guess it's only 2.
Okay. Do you remember when you married her the second time?
No.
Do you remember why you divorced the first time?
I was working in the oil field, and so I was gone an awful lot. And she just wanted somebody around, so I told her to go find a boyfriend or something, but she didn't want to do that because she had the church stuff in her head and whatever, so she said no, and then we ended up getting divorced. No real reason or fighting or anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned the church stuff. So, sorry, let me just make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly. You were away at work a lot, and so you said, if you want, go get a boyfriend, if you want companionship.
Yes.
It sounds like she maybe had some block to that or some resistance to that because of religion.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was more of a joke with her, but she just wanted me home all the time. I says, you need to go find a boyfriend. And she says, well, I can't. I've got to do the right thing. So I said, oh, okay.
Okay, so you ended up getting divorced.
We ended up getting divorced later on, yeah.
And then at some point in the timeline, you married her again.
Mhm.
Was that a yes?
Yes. yeah, I
Sorry,
married her
we're
again.
recording everything, and so I'll try to catch you if you say just to make sure that the answer is clear for the record.
Okay.
And you do not remember the year that you married her the second time either.
I do not.
And it sounds like there was a second divorce also. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you remember why you got divorced the second time?
I think it was because I went to Idaho on our anniversary. And then I asked her that morning if she wanted to go. And my son wanted to go to Idaho to see his aunt. And I went down and she was getting ready. When I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said no. I said, okay, well, we're leaving. So me and my boy packed up, went to Idaho, came back, and then there was divorce papers when I got there.
Okay, so from your perspective, it seemed like she was upset that you went to Idaho.
Yeah, well, come to find out, it was on our anniversary that I went.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
know that.
So you screwed up.
Yeah,
the
well, a little
anniversary.
bit. Come to find out, yeah.
You think that maybe, or you thought that maybe you had married her a third time, but you only have documentation of 2. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you maintain a relationship with her after both divorces?
Yes.
What was that like?
We'd still call each other or go hang out or do whatever.
Was it amicable?
What does that mean?
Did you divorce on bad terms? Was there a lot of fighting or the periods
No.
where you wouldn't talk a lot or at all?
No, we never really fought.
Would you still consider her a friend after your divorces?
Yeah, I stayed friends with her whole life.
Did Kacee ever tell you that she had cancer?
Yep, or yes.
Do you remember about what year that may have been?
I don't.
It's okay if you don't, okay. Did you believe her that she had cancer?
No.
Did you tell her that you did not believe her?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said she did. And I just told her there was nothing wrong with you. Start smiling and we'll go play.
Did she continue to talk to you about her cancer?
No. No.
Did you ever assist Kacee financially?
Yes.
When you were married or even after the divorces?
Both.
What are some ways that you, or I guess in what ways did you assist her financially?
I put her on my bank accounts, and then when we got divorced, I'd still give her money for houses or food or cars or clothes or whatever she needed, whenever she'd call and say she needed anything.
Do you have a sense for how frequently she may have called you needing money for some reason or another?
I mean, sometimes it was just smoke, so it might be every other day. And then sometimes it would be $100 for clothes or something. So it depends on what she needed and how often it was.
Were you always willing to help her financially?
Yes.
You mentioned a car. Did you buy her a vehicle at some point?
Yes, I bought her one. We went down to Scipio and bought it. But then it was kind of a grandma-looking car, so she didn't like it, she said.
Do you remember sorry to interrupt you, do you remember what year that would have been?
No, it was just a few years ago.
Okay.
Maybe 2 or 3, I think. I don't remember.
Okay, so you bought a car in Scipio and sounds like she didn't like that one. What happened after that?
She said she had found another one, and so I said, okay, and I got the one that I had bought her, and I sold it to a friend of mine, and then she had found another one, and so I gave her money to go buy it.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember relating to the time that she passed, do you have any frame of reference as to when that car was, when you gave her money for that car?
I would think it was within the last year before she had passed away. Cause I know we had put, I don't know if I'd paid 6 months or a year's worth of insurance on the new red car that she had.
And the new red car is the
second car.
the second car after the one that she did not like from
Mhm.
Scipio. And you said that you paid for insurance for that car?
Yes.
Did you pay for any other things to do with the car?
Yeah, I had to put tires on it. And that was about it. Her grandpa, I guess, said he didn't like the way the tires looked. I guess he used to be a tire guy. And so she said, we need new tires. And so we did that.
Is that something you did with her physically? Like you went and got the tires or you sent her money?
No, I went to Walmart with her and got them.
You mentioned clothes. You might give her money for clothing.
Yeah, yes,
You mentioned food.
yes.
How frequently were you in communication with her, let's say in the months leading up to her death?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, just whenever she'd call or text.
Would it be like once a week, once a month, once every few months? Does that give you any kind of idea?
No, I mean, there was sometimes we'd talk 2-3 times a day. Sometimes it would be once every 2 weeks or something. Just whenever we decide to call or talk, or if I seen something funny, I might call or text her, or vice versa.
Were you aware of her having a surgery in the month before her death?
Her knee surgery?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, she told me about it. I went up and seen her after.
You went and visited her after her knee surgery?
Yes.
Did you know the condition of her other knee?
Yes, she was supposed to go get that one done after this one healed.
Do you remember how long before her death you physically saw her? It sounds like, well, I don't know. Was that when you went to visit her after her knee surgery, or did you see her physically after that?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Do you remember the last time you saw her, what her demeanor was like?
She was dying in a hospital bed.
Sorry, before that, before she was in the hospital, from the August 12th incident, when you saw her when she was healthy, what was she like?
We was just sitting, I think we was sitting up at her grandparents' house, and we was just chit-chatting out back, and she was a happy girl. She was excited that she got one of her knees done, and was able to start walking up and down those stairs again.
During that last encounter before her death, did she tell you anything else about her future plans?
Yeah, she said she was gonna get her other knee done, then she was gonna go get a job. She already worked for her uncle, but she wanted to do something else, and she had to go up to Salt Lake every once in a while or something for work, so she was gonna try to find different stuff.
Did Kacee ever tell you that she was suicidal
No,
in all the time you knew her?
nope, never once.
All right, I can pass the witness.
Mr. Williams?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tanner.
Well, good afternoon.
Nice to see you. We've never met, right?
No.
My name's Scott Williams.
Well, nice to meet you.
You did have Detective Barney and Special Agent Hales, the two sitting back there on that bench behind the prosecutors. Do you remember having a meeting with them?
Yes, they came down to my work down in Spanish Fork.
If I told you that was December 18th, 2024, would that be consistent?
I'm not sure when it was, but
That's what I just told you and asked if it might have been then.
yeah, I don't know.
Did you know it was recorded?
Did I know it was recorded?
Yeah.
No.
But they didn't tell you they were recording the interview they had with you on December 18th, 2024?
They may have. I just don't know if they did or didn't.
Fair enough. You didn't see a recorder, you didn't know. Well, the reason I'm asking is because I might ask you some questions about that, and there's a transcript and stuff, and it's not very fair to you if you've never been shown that and you don't remember what happened, what, a year and a half ago.
Okay, yeah.
Fair enough. So let me just start without using that, though, and ask you a bit about Kacee.
Okay.
Now, Kacee, I think you have described her as a, in fairness, I don't want to be critical, but as a lie face, right?
She's lied, yeah.
She's a lot. That was kind of one thing about her is she could spin a yarn.
Sure.
Okay. And she could get things she wanted by doing that, right?
Well, she could ask and get anything she wanted.
From you.
Well, I don't know about everybody else, but yeah, for me.
I mean, for instance, one time you guys got married because she wanted insurance, right?
Yeah, we've been married a couple of times. She needed insurance. I needed somebody home while I was out of town to take care of my son.
So you got married?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Benefits
just saying,
both of us. I think that's what marriage is for.
if she could get things from you by asking in your particular relationship, right?
Well, yeah, I got things from her by asking too, yeah.
Well, I get it. You guys had sometimes when you're together and sometimes when you weren't, it sounds like, right?
What do you mean?
Sometimes you're together and getting mutual benefit because you're in a relationship, right?
No, we always had mutual benefits.
Okay. You got married to get life insurance is the only point I was trying to make that happen, right?
I never had life insurance.
So you don't remember telling the police officers that she said, we need to get married because she needed insurance?
She needed health insurance, not life insurance.
Oh, okay. I don't
Yeah.
remember if I said life insurance or just
You
insurance.
just said life insurance, yeah.
All right. So she wanted insurance, and so you guys would get married so she could get insurance, right? Health insurance.
Yes, she needed health insurance, yes.
Now, she would tell you about her living in other places, right?
Like in different homes?
Yeah,
Yes.
with
yes,
other people.
Yeah, she lived in Orem with one of her girlfriends, and then Alpine, and then her grandparents, and then with Jim and Kylie, and then with me, and then with my mom. Yeah, she's moved a few different places.
Okay. When she talked about her family, she told you that she didn't like them, right?
She didn't like Kylie and Jim when they would do certain things. She didn't like her aunt and uncle if they did certain things. Me if I did certain things, or her friends if they did certain. So it depended on what was going on at that point in her life, yeah.
I just want to address her family. I'm not trying to move you anywhere. All I have is your prior statement. Do you recall that you told the police, at least, that she hated living at her grandparents'?
Yeah, at times she hated living with her grandparents.
And that they fat shamed her. They shamed her about her weight.
Yes, yep, she had told me that, yep.
And that they were mean to her. Right? Do you remember she told you that?
That her grandparents would be mean because
Yeah.
they'd fat shame her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said yes to it.
Okay, but just in general, for instance, when she told you she hated her sister Kylie, didn't she?
She said she's hated her sister Kylie multiple times, depending on if Kylie would not let her have something or not do something with her or not.
Well, one time when you were asked by the police, do you remember when they asked you if she and Kylie get along and your answer was no, she hated Kylie?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did tell me that.
You had talked about the fact that she had a drug addiction problem, right?
Pill addiction.
Pills that were drugs?
Pills, not drugs, but
Opiates, pain pills?
Not heroin. I said pills.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't think I said heroin, I was just trying to understand what information.
Okay, so drugs, I'm saying no. Pills, I'm saying yes, she's taking pills.
Specifically Xanax and opioids.
Oh, I'm not sure on which one she took.
You remember talking to the police about the fact that the Xanax was the worst part of what she was addicted to?
I remember when she had taken some Xanax, she was all looped up one time, and that's probably the worst. If she would take it in pain pills, and she was just tired and mumbled.
You remember that you told the police at least about how she would manipulate so she could get more pills?
No, I don't remember that.
You remember saying that she was taking so many goddamn pills all day, she was dehydrated, and saying it was an easy way to make up another story to keep shit going? Remember saying that to the police?
I don't remember saying that.
You remember attaching that activity precisely to her desire to get sympathy?
She did like to get sympathy.
And that she was pretty good at it?
Yeah.
She didn't fool you on the cancer thing, right?
No.
But you knew she was fooling other people, right?
Yes.
At the end of the interview that you did with the police officers, do you remember telling them that they're going to have a pretty tough job getting through all of her lies?
No, I don't remember saying that.
You remember them saying on December, whatever it said it was, December 18th, 2024, at the end of their interview with you, she didn't deserve what she got? You remember that statement the police told you?
I'm probably sure I did say, I don't think anybody deserves to be murdered.
Yeah, this is the cops telling you that.
Oh,
You
I don't
remember that?
remember them saying that, no.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just briefly.
Mr. Williams asked you if you've characterized, you've called Kacee a liar before, right?
Yeah, whenever she's lied to me.
And we know, we've talked about a number of things that she's lied about. She lied about cancer, for instance.
Yes.
And you knew that? Is that right?
Yes.
Did you still like her as a person, though?
Oh, yes, I love that lady.
What were some things that you loved about Kacee?
Objection, beyond the scope.
It's my direct.
Direct is in scope.
He asked him plenty about negative aspects of her character and if she's a liar.
It is beyond the scope of cross, but I'll allow it.
What things did you love about Kacee?
I just always loved how she would smile and be happy and go out, and she was always able or willing to do anything I asked. If I said, you want to go to Texas, you want to go here, she'd always say, yes, let's go, unless she had something already planned. And she'd say, no, I got other things going. But she was always down to go play.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Williams? Sir, thanks for being here.
Hey, thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Yes.
All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Next witness?
Judge, I apologize. The timing of our next witnesses, they are WebEx witnesses that are located in Quantico, and so I don't think it makes sense for us to try to get them
other witnesses we can call?
We don't. We only have 3 more witnesses. One of them is a doctor, and she is planning on tomorrow based on her schedule as well.
Okay. We're okay to let the jury go for the evening?
No objection, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
Right. I don't think we're gonna get any complaints from the jury. You guys are putting in a lot of work, and we all appreciate it. So thank you. We're gonna reconvene tomorrow at 8:30. 8:30, you guys know the drill. You're experts by now. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Safe travels.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, we've got, for all intents and purposes, 3 trial dates left that need to include closing arguments. Are we on track?
We believe so. Obviously, it's hard to gauge how long defense will take with cross of any witness, but we believe we can finish tomorrow before lunch, and then the defense then has, I think, a day and a half, if I'm correct, for their case. Sorry, I don't know my calendar open. But we're...
If you think you might be finished with all, you might rest by tomorrow at lunch?
We're hopeful for that,
okay.
depending on
Yeah.
Mr. Williams' cross.
Yeah, okay.
That's what we're aiming for.
Because I would really like to get to closings Monday afternoon and then have them come in, if we can do that, and then have them come in Tuesday morning and get to work. I've said repeatedly, we're not giving it to them Tuesday afternoon. We're not doing that to them.
That's what we're aiming for.
Okay.
Obviously, it's hard to gauge, not knowing how long Mr. Williams may take with any given witness, but we are aiming to close by tomorrow afternoon, lunchtime.
Mr. Williams, your thoughts on the schedule?
That jumps, everything I've been working with on timing. We have an expert who shouldn't have to be split in 2 days because of this shuffle. I haven't asked him about his availability for tomorrow afternoon because our hope was to put him on first thing on Friday. So he's from Logan, we had budget. We have another expert, Chris Bertram, who's probably pretty nimble in terms of timing. We'd like to finish with that expert. We, now knowing what the state is going to close with and who they're not going to call, and given the nature of the trial, have to consult with our client quite significantly. It might be worthwhile for me to seek some time. Thursday or tomorrow, Friday, to ask the chief and the jail to approve contact visit, private contact visit here. We did that in that trial that we did for Judge Griffin. We got the chief of the jail to allow a non-observed privileged contact visit, but we did it in the holding cell. That might be something I asked for so that I can have some time, as you know. I can't visit my client after 4 down at the jail. So when we're in trial, we don't have privileged contact visits.
It sounds like there's precedent for that then. with the jail
But yeah, I have
to allow that.
They did great. When the
Okay.
last trial did, it was really great. The chief just authorized the transportation officers. I wasn't there. Can't remember who it was, but authorized the transportation folks to allow it to happen in the holding
Yeah,
area.
you're gonna need to be able to have those conversations.
So I don't think there's any necessarily inconsistent things about the potential to finish as you've described, but it might be a bit checkered when I try to get back a hold of our experts. There's also a toxicology expert who, well, I've let the state know, is not available to testify until Monday. Our thought was,
That'll still work.
yeah, I thought it was
As long as it's Monday morning.
yeah, we always thought that our thought, and we don't know if we'll need him. He's a rebuttal expert to their expert they're calling tomorrow, DeSalvo. I think I know what she's gonna say, so very likely may need Michael Moss, our expert, but it has to do with insulin and timing and stuff like that. So, as you can tell, I'm speaking from the seat of my intelligence, so to speak, but I don't think there's anything inconsistent with closing in the afternoon. I guess I always thought we'd come in fresh and close in the morning on Thursday. That doesn't sound like that's in your mind.
You mean?
I mean Tuesday, sorry.
You mean Monday?
No,
Come in the morning on Tuesday, yeah.
That's not something you're
I don't,
entertaining, it sounds
I
like.
don't wanna do that to the
Okay.
jury. With a case like this, the last thing we wanna do is give it to them in the afternoon. They need to come in and get going and have time, the time that they need, whatever time that is.
I know, and I know
You guys have all been.
I know the court appreciates that, we do too. And we tried to be nimble with the state on figuring this out with witnesses and things, and it's been changing. It happens, changes for them, schedules happen. I'm trying to adapt to it, trying to respond to your question about what our needs are gonna be, give a little heads up that we may need some breaks of time that,
Certainly.
that can happen here. And look, it's no surprise that there's an event that it could occur that could take significant time.
Certainly. We'll work around it.
I think, given what you said, I'm gonna work hard to be ready to close this case on Monday afternoon.
That would be helpful.
I'll keep everybody up to date on our needs, but of course, here at open court and with Ms. Sundwall, everyone to appreciate that you agree. I think that these decisions will be made on the importance of getting everything that the defense thinks that needs to be done and preserving the rights. We'll do our best on time frame, but we will absolutely be working on the side of completeness.
Thank you. Counsel, I want to thank you for being able to pivot and adjust to the time. And every trial is different. No trial's the same. And I'm preaching to the choir with all of you. Thank you for your professionalism and your ability to pivot and sort through these issues. I know at the close of the state's case, we're going to have some discussions about various things. And we'll work through all of it. Anything else we need to cover before we break?
Now may not be the time, but just wanting to maybe use time we have. I don't know if parties in your honor is prepared to talk about closing jury instructions, or if we'll need to carve out time to have that discussion later on.
We can do that later on.
Okay. And then also...
And we're going to have some discussions when the state rests about
Yes.
different things too, and what may go in those instructions, what may not, things of that nature.
Okay. And then just for the record, my understanding is that these physical exhibits that have been admitted, that the court will not take them now, and so I just wanted to make a record that our plan, if that's accurate, is to have Detective Farney take possession of them again and then bring them back for when the court will take possession of them. Is that an accurate understanding?
Any objection, Mr. Williams?
No, Your Honor. I actually, in this case, I would suggest they don't go back if there's something that are dangerous. But I think we're talking, for the record, I don't remember the numbers through. The numbers, we're talking about syringes.
Yes, and insulin.
vial of insulin. I think
Yeah,
maybe there should be
I'm
discussion
okay.
about whether that needs to go back at all. It's, case law suggests that some things shouldn't go back unless they ask to have them brought back, because of the very reason they're going back now to a secure facility.
We can have that discussion.
I don't think the state will have any objection to whatever Your Honor decides on that. I just
Okay.
wanted to make a record that Detective Farney intends to, for chain of custody purposes, obviously, take them back with her.
Yes, let's do that.
I suppose we may need them back though tomorrow, because tomorrow's, the state's experts are gonna refer.
Yeah, I think the plan is for her to just keep them as she has been doing.
She's gonna have them available.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, council?
I don't believe so.
Not that I can think of.
Thanks again for the efforts that are going into this case. It's important for the process, specifically for Ms. Sundwall. So, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. We'll see everybody bright and early at 8:30. Thank you.
All rise.